Okay, we'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have an announcement, David, for the...
Thank you and good morning to the Commission. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to the roll call?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Senauer.
Here.
Commissioner Stahl.
Here.
And Commissioner Kubiak.
Here.
And Chair Police.
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Okay, so without further ado, we're going to move to the election of the 2024 Planning Commission Chair, first Vice Chair, and second Vice Chair. So, do I have a motion for a chair?
Red is on,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Do I have to keep my finger on the...
No.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to propose a motion to recommend that for chair be Commissioner Miller. For first vice chair, it would be Donna Senauer, and for second vice chair, Bob Kupiak.
Is that the order?
Second.
You're second chair by this situation. Okay. So you second? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Motion passed. We can take a little break here. Quick one. Move some chairs around. Brian, nice seeing you. What? Yeah, looks that way. I'm going to go right there. And that's all we have to do, I think. Chair, I'd like to have a word. Just, I wanted to say something as I left and I didn't get a chance. So.
Please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the last couple of years. It was enjoyable for the most part, being the chair. But I wanted to make this statement that I want to make clear that I believe that the Planning Commission, Montecito Planning Commission, could be, could hold greater responsibility for the community than it does now. And I think that too often the District 1 supervisor and the staff and the attorneys for the county circumvent our potential to negotiate and otherwise settle issues that are in our community. And I think it would be in the best interest of the county to foster that type of interplay between the community and the commission of the community, since we are the first in line to defend our community, I believe. And I just think that there's a heightened way we could serve the community. And without going into detail, I just want to make that statement that I look forward to some progress in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Senauer?
Just in addition to that, I want to thank our chair for his tenacity in in serving as chair for 2 years. It's greatly appreciated both by this commission, I'm sure, and by the community. Thanks so much.
Great. We're on to item 6. Am I reading this correctly? Appointment of the 2024 Planning Commission Secretary and Recording Secretary. And so, Mr. Wilson, do we like?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you can take those together. David and I would love,
Okay.
we're holding our breath at a nomination to serve again. So just the same process as before, a motion and a second, and you can do them together.
Excellent. Well, while I may have mild skepticism that your true love to work with us, I do appreciate your willingness to. I would entertain a motion to reappoint the secretary and recording secretary.
I so move, as I can't imagine coming here without you guys.
And I second the enthusiasm these two have for this position. These positions is just overwhelming, and I certainly wouldn't want to in any way discourage their enthusiasm. And so I second the motion. Thank you.
We don't have to like have public comment or anything for these types of votes. Is that correct?
If you would desire, you could do that.
Well,
but,
I'm
no, you
new
don't
to
need
this
have-
role. I'm perhaps being overly officious in terms of trying to make sure I'm following the rules.
Yeah, you don't need to have public comment on that. So we just take a vote, and anybody that desires to provide accolades can do it under the general public comment period.
Okay, excellent. Well, call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye. Aye, it's unanimous. On to item 7, the agenda status report.
Mr. Chair and Vice Chair and Vice Chair, congratulations. Look forward to serving with you for another year. So in regards to the status of the agenda, we have 2 items on the standard agenda. The first item is a presentation by the Flood Control District, and then item 2 is the continuance of the appeal of a alteration of a structure on Periwinkle Lane. That's staff and the applicants and appellants are ready and available to present on those items today for your consideration. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you like.
Yes, please.
So our next scheduled hearing is on March 20th. There's one item projected on March 20th, which is a residential addition on Fernald Point. And then moving down the projection calendar, our next hearing is on April 17th, and we have one item on that agenda as well. That, as far as the projection report goes, Mr. Chair, and that concludes those 2 items.
Well, thank you. Well, with that, let's move on to general public comment.
Mr. Chair, I have not received any speaker slips. For those attending online, if you'd like to speak during this portion of the hearing, raise your hand and I'll call on you. And not seeing any hands.
Excellent. Well, close of public comment period. And so now we are on to item 10, the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. So should we start with Bob and work our way across as to... Okay. Commissioner Stahl, do you have any informational reports?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Senhout?
Indeed, as usually is the case. Yeah, a couple things. I, as you know, or don't know, have served on the advisory committee, groundwater advisory committee for Montecito Water District and for the Sigma. And I just want to bring everyone's attention to the fact that the GSP was approved and submitted to the state. We haven't heard back yet regarding their review. Also, Groundwater Awareness Week is March 10th through the 16th, and it celebrates the 10-year anniversary of Sigma. Also, for those who are interested, there is a site visit to the Biltmore tomorrow through MBAR, which will be a walkabout to prior to their hearing tomorrow. I believe it's in the afternoon. Tomorrow at 9:30 at the Biltmore for a walkthrough regarding landscaping and perhaps other items. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Commissioner Senauer and Director Bauman, is the time at the Biltmore at 9, or is it at 10? I thought there was maybe someplace they were stopping first.
There's two. It's usually 9 and 9:30, but it depends. Okay. Just probably being there by 9:30 is more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. We're on to item 11, the review of the January 17th minutes.
I would move that we accept the minutes of the January 17th meeting.
Excellent. Do I have a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay. Once again, I'm assuming there's no public comment.
No requests, but I would ask the commission if they had any edits at this point.
Hearing none, call for a vote.
Aye. Abstain. I wasn't here.
Aye.
Aye.
The men's group.
So I think we are on to item 12, director's report. Director Bauman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Welcome to your new position.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner Police, for serving over the last year. I just have a few quick items. The reminder that we have an ombudsperson that is working with people who had damage on their property with if they have creeks or waterways, and that's Petra Leva, and we have a link on our website. It's under the quick links and says winter storm damage. Just a note, if you're working with individuals in the community or they contact you, this isn't about I have mud on my driveway or I've lost a few shingles or my fence is down, or I think people get a little bit confused about that. And so we've been getting a lot of calls for minor damage to property. This program is specifically geared towards helping people navigate improvements to waterways that they may need to make as a result of storm damage. So just getting that word out would be helpful. We're going to make some changes on the website to try and clarify that. But if you do have people that have a need for assistance in navigating the permitting process, we are available for that.
So that means that she'll be able to help with emergency permits? Is that what you're referring to?
So Commissioner Police, through the chair, we handle our emergency permits through our regular permitting staff, but so it's not a problem to get an emergency permit if it's needed. We will issue them, but that should just be submitted through our regular process.
So does that mean that the other agencies like Fish and Wildlife won't have to be notified? Or did you just notify the county when you get an emergency permit, or do you go all the agencies?
Right. Did you want to say that?
Ultimately, it's going to require all the agencies, especially if you're doing work in a waterway. We can address the county, the local level emergency permit. However, if you're doing work in the waterway, the purpose of Petra Leva is to coordinate with either Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, to help streamline any emergency permits that they may have as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, what is the contact for Petra? Is it it's on your do you have a number now,
There's a
or
link.
do you have a link to where would someone find Petra to
Right.
help?
So there is there is a link on our webpage that will send you to a site that will give you contact information.
Okay, so in the search bar, what would you put?
So you go to our planning development website, and then in the left-hand column, there is at the bottom winter storms, and then you click on that, and it'll send you to the correct website, which will help you with contact information.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on. We have we're moving through our housing element process. And because we don't have any rezone properties in Montecito, this is not an item that comes before Montecito, but Planning Commission. But just as an FYI, the Board of Supervisors is having a workshop on the 19th of March that will involve the developers who are proposing projects primarily in the Eastern Galita Valley and in Carpinteria. And it's an opportunity for them to present what they are proposing to the board in advance of the hearings and talk about some of the community benefits their projects can provide. And that will be on the 19th in the afternoon. They'll get a presentation, and then we will break, and there will be tables in the lobby where people can walk around and talk to the different development teams and ask questions about the projects and what aspects they are providing in terms of community benefit. And then we'll come back in and have public comment. We expect to start our hearings on the rezones at the Planning Commission at the end of March. We are currently scheduled for a hearing on March 27th, Wednesday, and then we have a special hearing on March 29th. We're hoping to move through the process in 2 hearings. We have an additional hearing on the 3rd of April that we are holding if we need to. And then they will make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
I have a question, Chair.
Commissioner Police.
So when you have a situation like the Glen Annie development, where you have property that's in the county, infrastructure that's in the city of Goleta, does that negotiate privately quietly between the agencies, or do we hear how that works? Is that part of the process that it's shared to the public? How does this work?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pliche, so we have received communications from the city of Goleta about their questions and concerns about potential impacts to the city. So that was something we'll be talking with them about. And certainly,
Is that the same with Caltrans?
yes, they'll provide comments that will be available to the public, and the kinds of improvements that will be part of these types of projects will be available to the public. I just don't know what they are at this point, and I don't.
Well, it
The
seems like
conversations haven't been initiated yet.
So, but they all have to be completed before the rezoning gets in front for
Well,
Planning Commission of, or does
not-
this go directly to the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, not necessarily. Rezoning the property and then having a project go through a process is 2 different
different
things. Yeah.
So that process is longer than beyond that?
It will be longer. Yeah, it will be subsequent to the rezoning.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And then just a few, the Board of Supervisors approved last week the housing bill ordinance that was processed by the long range planning team. So we're coming into compliance with those state laws. And then just the future board items include an appeal on a wireless facility in Isla Vista on March 5th. We have a development agreement for one of the key sites in Orcutt that's going forward on March 12th. And we have the Music Academy appeal on May 7th. May 7th at the board so far.
Director Plowman, could you clarify when we say that there have been that the housing element has not changed the zoning in Montecito, but without diving in specifics of the projects, that there are a couple of specific like employee housing projects. There seem to be housing projects that are happening on ground that it wasn't. Help me reconcile in my head how we're not rezoning, but we are doing this.
So, Mr. Chair, those are proposed projects. They're pending projects, which can move forward without the housing element support or whatnot, because they are allowed in the current zone that they are being proposed in. So this, like the Miramar project, that can go forward regardless of what we're doing with the housing element, because in visitor serving, they can allow residential uses already. Yeah. So that's how they're separate. The housing element really is about assessing what kind of land we have available at the right zoning to meet our RENA allocation. And if we don't have that amount of land necessary, then we have to rezone property. And then also adopting programs that help stimulate the development of housing. But the Miramar project is not, that the work we're doing under the housing element is not necessary for the Miramar project to go forward.
So in the cases of both of the hotel housing projects that have been discussed, these are not being advanced as part of compliance with RENA.
I mean, they are in the sense that they will help us meet our RENA allocation because they are considered pending projects. But that means, so any housing project that happens in the county helps us meet our RENA, whether or not they've been part of a rezone process. So if you're providing housing that's at low income, that counts towards meeting our RENA ultimately in the long run. So the fact that those projects were proposed in Montecito helps the county meet that low income category, and then results in a change in how many sites we have to rezone to accommodate the low income number, right? So they're part of the basic land inventory and pending project data. Clear as mud?
Your explanation was very straightforward. I'm not sure I fully absorbed it, but that was more a problem with me than with you. But thank you.
Sure.
Question, Chair?
Commissioner
Commissioner Stahl, I think you need to move your microphone down and closer to you, yeah.
Should the Biltmore go ahead with any housing there, how does that affect our approval of the Coral Casino CUP revision? Because that was
Yeah.
based on having that land as parking. And that was a big part of their presentation and a big part of our ultimate approval.
Yes.
So what happens when that land's gone?
So, Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, it's my understanding that actually the Biltmore is not going to move forward with a project on that site because of the parking issue, and that they're looking at another property that they may look to provide employee housing on.
But isn't that also on Hill Road?
It is also on Hill Road, but that project would require a rezone, and
Would
then
require what?
that's a
I'm sorry.
discretionary action.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're also using that as parking currently.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's
Thank
not part of their development plan to be using that as parking. I don't believe.
Thanks. Vis-a-vis the Miramar proposed project, what elements would be before MPC? Any? Or is it just carte blanche?
I believe we're talking about the Miramar. Yeah, I believe we determined that it is a revision to their permit, and so that it will come before the PC. Yeah, that's what I recall.
Before MPC?
Yeah.
Right, thanks.
Are there further questions for our director? Okay. Director Plowman, do you have more in your presentation? Or?
I guess I would say is that council's asked me to clarify that this is all under the existing laws, right, that we have currently today. My responses are based on that. So if the laws change, then things could change. But currently, that is how the process will work. Yeah. And they do change rapidly, as we've discovered. Yes.
Uh, if I may, the builder's remedy, is that a significant part of what's before P&D? Are there significant numbers that are going through that process, or?
So yeah, Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, we received approximately 14 applications under Builder's Remedy for the county as a whole.
Any, okay.
Thank
you
you.
very much, Director Plum. I believe we are now on to item 13, which is our standard agenda. And item 1, we have the pleasure of welcoming County Flood Control to come tell us about the updating of FEMA maps.
Mr. Chair, just before they start, just let me just briefly read it into the record.
Please.
Thank you. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive an update on flood control issues in Montecito from County Public Works staff.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Our order of evidence on this would involve us with any planning commissioners' site visits. In general, this is a little bit more of an overview topic, but it does involve very specific locations. Do we need to do site visit discussion or ex parte about flood control maps?
Mr. Chair, that ex parte disclosures are required for quasi-adjudicatory items. This is not one of those, and so no, they're not required.
Excellent. Thank you.
I do have an ex parte I would like to bring up before this presentation starts.
A little closer.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. County
Mr.
Council,
Chair.
could you give me guidance as to, you
Sure.
just told me not to do that, and Bob, Commissioner Senauer, I'm sorry, Mr. Kubiak would like to, so
Yes,
help
Mr.
reconcile.
Chair, to clarify, they're not required, but it's within individual commissioners' discretion if they'd like to make any disclosures.
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind us why they're here in front of us. I think it was by request by Commissioner Kubiak.
So,
Right. I did make this request. My ex parte information is I have sat through one of flood control's presentations about the developing master plan. I've also spoken on several occasions with Supervisor Williams about this commission being able to either meet with flood control or have flood control make a presentation to us about the revised LIDAR maps that have been now in flood control's possession for, I believe, over a year. My point being is we've almost insisted that this information be shared with us. And if that's not part of your presentation today, I want to move that this be put on a continuance. Until that information is ready to be shared with this commission, I have no reason to go through another presentation that's not going to tell me anything new than what I already know. And we made this request very specifically. So I'm kind of reluctant to sit here as a commissioner and have my time. I don't want to waste your time, but I don't want you to waste my time. So my motion is to continue this until this information is readily available for us to digest. If this isn't ready for a public forum, and there's some other meeting with our commission that you would prefer to have to share this information with us, we've made that request as well. So until this request is met in some tangible way that educates this commission about the current state of the LIDAR maps, I propose that we do not sit here until it's ready.
Would it be useful to have a Q&A about the questions you're asking? Rather than...
I'd love an answer. I've been asking this question for a year.
Well, perhaps we move forward with the presentation, but we have a strong focus on the Q&A section?
This is up to the rest of the commission.
Okay.
You know,
Well-
my opinion of this matter is, unless this information is available to us as part of the presentation, that this presentation doesn't mean very much. We're not going to learn something that we don't know. And I am queried by community members constantly who live in Montecito as to what is the effect of this new LiDAR information. And without that, I feel like I'm not serving our constituents very well.
Chair.
Commissioner, please.
Possibly we could have Walter or Matt or yourself tell us why we can't see that. Because one of the questions I have is that when we passed our motion a year ago, it was based on the idea that on the freeway, sound walls was based on the idea that we would be able to get this information, because then it went to the Board of Supervisors and they reduced that time to 6 months indiscriminately. So we've been sitting here kind of on edge knowing that we can't see it, but the clock's been running. And now the clock's basically over with. And so I feel like we've been hoodwinked a bit. So I'd like to understand why we can't see this Mylars. I know it's tentative, but if it's tentative, we can at least, grab the same kind of conclusion that they might. So I just want to say that.
Appreciate Commissioner Kupiak's remarks. I would like to propose perhaps somewhat of a compromise. I'd like to propose that we go forward. It's been agendized with the presentation, and at that time, we can ask our questions, et cetera, receive replies. And at that point, we can then make a determination if we want to continue this item for further information.
I will make my motion again.
Okay.
But I would love to hear from flood control as to whether or not that information is going to be made available as part of this presentation. And if not, when will it be made available?
So, Bob, I'm sorry, not Bob. Commissioner Kubiak, I'm wanting to make sure I'm capturing what you're saying. Would you like to have a Q&A session with them, or would you prefer? Is the motion to?
There's a simple answer that I would love to hear from. Like I said, I'm not here to spin anybody's wheels or waste your time, but I'm not going to have my time wasted either. I've been through this. I've been down this road now for many months, and I would like to know your response as to whether or not we can see those maps, whether that will be shared with us either today or at a reasonably soon date. And if not, then I propose that we just continue this.
Commissioner Kubiak, I am sympathetic to much of what you were saying, but I am concluding from what you're saying is that a Q&A would be valuable. I think it's awkward to go
Not
to a
for me.
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think you just had 3 or 4 questions that you.
The question that I have is specifically about this piece of information. If this piece of information is not, I've read through this. We've looked through it, brought it up online. I kind of understand what you guys are working towards. The community wants to kind of understand the impact of what this new information is. And I'm going to insist that we get to see it.
So, Commissioner Kubiak,
I just don't know how to get there.
No, I appreciate that, and my goal is to be working with you on this. The motion on the table is you would like to suspend this presentation.
Yes, until the maps are ready.
Okay. Do I have a second for that motion?
So,
Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, so there's a first, I think there's a second to continue it. So if you continue it, then there is no back and forth with questions. So if you want to ask questions and have a presentation from the
I want to
control
ask
district.
a question, Jeff. I just don't feel like I'm
So
ready to.
You're either going to continue it and have a presentation and not have a presentation today, or we're going to continue and have a presentation and questions. So you can't have both. there's a there's a motion and a second on the floor. You can vote. If the commission votes to
Chair.
not continue it, then we'll go ahead and have the presentation. Otherwise, we just move forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I
Commissioner-
think we can have both. I think we can have Walter explain why we can't have it. And then after that, if we want to walk out, you can walk out. But I'd like to know
Okay.
why.
So would I.
So I'm sorry, we have a motion on the, and a second. I'm going to
Okay.
call for the vote to suspend this.
So, Mr. Chair, before you take a vote, we do have to have public comment on the motion and the second.
Thank you very much. I would have forgotten that otherwise. Public.
Chair, in order to hear what he has to say,
Yeah.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Well, I'm wanting to respect your parliamentary procedure here, Commissioner Kubiak. Okay. So motion withdrawn. Let's move forward with the presentation. Well, I think that the public comment is for a motion that Commissioner Kubiak has withdrawn. Now, you seconded the motion. If you wish to move forward with the motion, I don't want you to feel shut down.
No, but I don't understand why we can't base the motion on whether or not new information about the map is available as part of the presentation. That's one question.
I think that this is a box that we are either opening or not opening, if I've understood Mr. Wilson's guidance on this directly. So I think that what we are doing is we are opening the box,
So we can ask the question.
and that there's 5 slides on this, or 6 slides, one of which is a question slide. So perhaps we move through the first slides with some speed, and we get to what are the questions. And so with that, we'd like to turn it over to County Flood Control. Thank you.
Is the mic okay? So, Commissioner Kupiak, I want to make something super clear. We did not ask to be here. We were asked by the Montecito Planning Commission to provide an update on the status of the FEMA maps. We don't direct the FEMA maps. That's done by FEMA. It's about a federal agency. What we participate in the process. So we were asked to come, and there was reluctance from the flood control standpoint because the maps are not ready, and we anticipated it would likely cause frustration. So we said we could wait until the maps are ready, and we were requested to come and provide an update. So what Matt and Katrina are here for today is to provide an update on what's the current status on the process, what the process looks like, to give the commission an opportunity to ask questions. If you want to continue it or postpone it, that's fine. But we just in the future, we just have to have clear direction, because we put a lot of time and effort to prepare for these meetings. And I thought we were serving the request of the Montecito Planning Commission. We did not ask to be here.
Walter, I don't think I could have been more clear in the last meeting about what my request was. I was painfully clear. And the issue is, if in your presentation, if you're going to explain to us what the status of those LiDAR maps are and why we can't see them, I'm happy to listen. Because I'd sure like to know the answer to that question, because it has direct bearing that affects homeowners and community members that are in our jurisdiction. So I've already made the instance that if we can't get to see these maps that are public and that have been served to you by the Army Corps, that we can file a Freedom of Information Act and make sure that at least we're officers of the county. I mean, I don't think we're asking you to publish it in the Montecito Journal, but we sit as a body that represents the constituents of our community. And that community wants to know, and we want to know. But at least we want to know kind of the general effect. Ron brought up the fact that we made decisions a year ago about how to proceed with Caltrans based upon this information ultimately becoming available to us. Time's up. Clock is running, as Ron said, and construction on these projects is moving forward. There are other people whose properties have been affected by the flood elevation maps that have occurred, and if there are any kind of substantive changes to those items, we want to know about it.
Commissioner Kupiak, through the chair, I just The maps are not published yet. They're still in draft form. The county flood control district does not publish them. They're published through FEMA. What Matt and Katrina are here today is to provide you an update on where we are on the timing, when those maps should come out, and what the process of publishing those maps look like. That's why we're here. As far as the request that came in from a year ago, we're here based on a request that came in maybe a month or two ago to prepare to provide an update to the Montecito Planning Commission on where we're at in the process, what the status looks like. That's why we're here. If that does not address the question,
My request was only. My request was at the last planning commission hearing.
May I suggest that we go forward with the understanding of the process, of where the maps are? That was. Please continue with your presentation. And
Thank you, Chair Miller, Commissioners. Matt Griffin, Santa Barbara County Flood Control. Again, we're here at your request to discuss the special flood hazard area map updates. Again, as Walter said, it's a FEMA process. It's a federal process. FEMA administers the National Floodplain Insurance Program. FEMA is running and managing the update of the special flood hazard area maps. Flood control role in the maps essentially is to review the maps for accuracy and reasonableness, and to conduct public outreach for the community so that they're aware of the changes and the implications to development and insurance. The scope of the remapping effort isn't just limited to Montecito. It extends from Rincon Creek at the Ventura County boundary to Sycamore Creek. It includes areas within the city of Carpinteria and the city of Santa Barbara. There's also 3 creeks in the San Ynez Valley that are being remapped. It includes areas within the city of Solvang and the city of Buellton. This slide here shows a timeline of the process. So FEMA actually initiated these new studies back in late 2019. Yeah, it's a very slow process. And we've experienced delays throughout. So timelines have changed, and timelines may continue to change. It's beyond our control. It's a FEMA process.
May I ask a question, Chair? Okay,
just because we want to
all right.
get through this I think there's going to be a lot of questions,
Right.
and so I think we should finish
Okay.
the presentation and then I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanauer, I think
Is preliminary the same as draft? It's a very short question.
For purpose of discussion, yes, I'd say so. Okay. Please go back to the timeline, Katrina. So we're very close to the next milestone here. Up till a couple of weeks ago, FEMA was anticipating releasing their preliminary maps at the end of this month, late February. We were told a couple weeks ago that that got pushed back 1 month. So they are now shooting for the public release of the preliminary maps in late March of this year. Once those maps are released, that'll start a community outreach process. I have another slide on our community outreach efforts. At some point after community outreach, FEMA will start a formal 90-day appeal process. Their appeals, they only review and consider appeals that are based on technical errors. I've been told that roughly from the time the preliminary maps are released to the end of the appeal period can vary 6 months or longer. After the appeal period, FEMA takes some more time, and at what point they will issue a letter of final determination. And once that letter is issued, the maps become final and effective. Very preliminarily and informally, I've been told that that can take up until early 2026 for those maps to become final and effective. Next slide, please. So why are the special flood hazard area maps being updated? Yeah, there's change in flood hazards. As Commissioner Kubiak mentioned, there's change in topography. These maps are based on new LiDAR topography. And of course, new technology and evaluation methods. I will tell you that the new mapping does not consider plugged culverts or bridges as the recovery mapping did. The new mapping does not consider a burned watershed condition, which really increased the peak flows. It only considers an unburned watershed. The new mapping does take into account a bulking factor for debris, because of course we know that all major flows in Montecito contain a large amount of debris. Next slide, please. The public outreach plan. When FEMA releases the preliminary maps, they will do a press release, at which point flood control will start our public outreach efforts, which will include scheduling a public open house. We anticipate that to be in this hearing room. We will include, we will upload resources to our website, including links to the maps released by FEMA. We will include a fact sheet that describes the basics of the process, like roles and responsibilities, the basis of how the maps were developed, and potential implications for development and insurance. We intend to send postcards to all properties that are affected by the map change. Basically, everyone within the flood zone now who is being removed from the flood zone or being added to the flood zone. I believe in the Montecito area, that is 1,400 parcels. And prior to the open house, we will publish in the newspaper information about that. And we'll do social media posts also. Next slide, please. And once the maps become effective, the current effective mapping and the recovery mapping will essentially go away, and we will then apply our development standards, which are governed by county ordinances 15A and 15B. We will apply those ordinances to the new mapping once that letter of final determination is made. You can go to the next slide. Before we get to questions, I'll give you a sneak preview. The mapping is more in line, very generally, very roughly, more in line with the current effective mapping and not the recovery mapping. With that said, all of the 4 major creeks that discharge to the ocean do have breakouts upstream, or I should say, upstream of Highway 101, including a commingled joined floodplain between Oak Creek, San Ysidro Creek, and Romero Creek. So that condition is similar to what was analyzed during the sound wall discussion. So at this time, preliminarily, I would say that sound walls probably wouldn't be feasible without, channel capacity improvements. That's preliminary at this time. So with that concludes my presentation, and I can take your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Are people curious?
Yeah, I have one question. When was LiDAR mapping from the Army Corps? What was the date that LiDAR mapping was given to county flood control?
Commissioner Kubiak, I'd have to get that information for you.
Please. I mean, my attendance at a meeting at the Montecito Union School a year ago led me to believe that mapping was available then.
So to be clear, the LiDAR mapping is topography.
I understand.
And the topography is used in the flood mapping analysis, but it's not the flood mapping analysis itself.
Okay, thank you.
Matt. Next question, if I may have.
Yeah. Please. Commissioner Bleacher.
This 2-year wait for it to be final, and this year where we're talking about it. So nothing will be implemented until the final approval of that. So you won't be under the guise or the guidance of this new map till 2026. Is that right?
Commissioner Pleche through the chair. Technically, yes, that's true. We are considering alternatives similar to when the Board of Supervisors adopted the recovery mapping. We could potentially adopt the new mapping ahead of the final determination as guidance. In that case, that would essentially eliminate the recovery mapping, but we would then apply the current effective mapping and the preliminary mapping together, and we would essentially take the worst case between the two. That's preliminary at this time.
Okay, that's all right.
And I'll also add, FEMA has encouraged us to use the new mapping for development review when it's more conservative than both of the map that we use currently.
Right.
And
When
so,
you say more conservative, is this more conservative than the recovery map, or more conservative than the? Am I correct? This is done on a decennial cycle. The Army Corps reviews maps nationwide, and that's why we're having this done. So my understanding is that Caltrans used a map from 12, 14 years ago. That Montecito uniquely had this recovery map that the county adopted that is an interim map, and that this is a little bit like the U.S. Census, but for topography, that they're doing what is the normally scheduled review. When you say blending these two, are we blending the previous cycle map or blending this with the recovery map?
Chair Miller, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I is in essence.
Let me rephrase, because clarity here is important. My understanding is that the 101 widening project that Caltrans had was done under the previous. Let me back up with some foundational questions. Am I correct that the Army Corps and FEMA on some 10 or 15-year cycle kind of remap the country, and that's what this process is that we're seeing right now? Am I accurate in that?
Yes, I'd say so.
And so my understanding is that Caltrans, as we're looking at the 101 widening and the bridges that go underneath it, we're using the last normal cycle map, but that the sound walls were being permitted separately under a recovery map review. Am I accurate in understanding the use of the two different flood maps?
Yeah, in discussions with Caltrans, we agreed that it made most sense to analyze the flood walls using the recovery mapping. Other aspects of the project for their no-rise certification regarding the bridges utilized the current effective mapping. That just made the most sense at the time.
And that when you talk about FEMA giving you the guidance to blend or use the more conservative of two maps, is that guidance referring to using what we'll call the map future that we're talking about today? Is that being blended with the recovery map as being more conservative, or being blended with the previous normal map in terms of which is more conservative?
Both. And very rarely is it more conservative than the two current maps that we look at.
So I'm sorry, there are three maps. There is, I'll call it the old one, the 1.9 debris flow special one, and then the new one, just to give them names. Are we blending the old one and the new one? Are we blending the 1.9 debris flow in the new one? Or are we blending all three? In which case, I think we would assume that the recovery map is the more conservative of all of them.
Yes, Chair Miller, essentially we look at all three. And very rarely does the new mapping show to be more conservative than the recovery mapping. So very rarely do we apply the preliminary mapping to any development review.
So I realize I'm pushing this point pretty hard, but that until this new mapping supersedes the recovery map, if the recovery map or the 1.9 debris flow map is more conservative than this, you will continue to use the recovery map standard unless this mapping is more conservative in some rare circumstances than the recovery map, in which case you will use the current mapping until this is adopted. Am I correct in assuming that this map will supersede the debris flow recovery map in its entirety?
Upon final letter of determination, yes, that would supersede the recovery mapping. And that's one of the reasons why preliminarily we're considering adopting the preliminary mapping in advance. That way we could essentially sunset the recovery mapping ahead of that letter of final determination.
Commissioner Stahl.
Is any of the work you're doing on mapping specifically for Montecito, is any of that being done in conjunction with the California Insurance Commissioner? Because these maps have such an enormous impact on the people who own property and live in Montecito. And it doesn't make sense to me that somewhere along the line, the insurance commissioner, for California at least, isn't brought in to understand what these changes in the maps are and have some public information about how they're going to impact us moving forward.
Yeah, Commissioner Stahl, through the chair. Insurance is a little outside my lane. Again, this is a FEMA process. During our public outreach efforts, we do believe that FEMA will have an insurance specialist available at our public meeting and available to answer questions. I imagine that they certainly have coordination and communication with the state.
But I'm not specifically talking about just FEMA insurance issues. It seems to be a missing element in all these conversations, that somehow there's not a coordination between your mapping and flood control and building standards and how that's directly going to impact the people in our community.
Statement.
Commissioner Pleacher.
Yeah, I'll continue with where I was at before. So has Caltrans had the privilege of viewing this map as you have the last year?
I am Commissioner Pleacher, through the chair. I'm not sure. I can check.
So you've not had communications regarding this map with Caltrans this last year?
They're aware of the maps. We haven't spoken in great detail about them. They are aware that the preliminary maps will be released soon, and upon that release, they will do some further evaluation.
But you made a statement earlier that I have some trouble with. You were saying that the Romero, San Isidro, and Oak Creek merge and cause flooding, and would be the same possible adjudication as the previous maps had regarding sound walls. And my question was to Doss Williams was that the Oak Creek corridor of flood, is it not further upstream that the Oak Creek bridges its height of containment? Because I don't think it plays much of an effect regarding the people that live between San Isidro and Hickson, by virtue of how it merges with Romero and San Isidro. So there has to be some other link. And the reason why I'm so, concerned about this is that people are making judgments without other people who may have grave or have, decent input, like someone like myself, for example, that I don't quite understand. We've talked about this. This recovery map is, to my perspective, not something that's used very frequently in the sense of all block culverts, block bridges as a determination about flooding. And so just curious, and when you made that statement, did you mean that it's just where the three combine going underneath the freeway? Or could you?
Yeah, Commissioner Pleacher, to the chair. I think that discussion is best had after the preliminary maps are released and we can look at it in more
Okay.
detail. In general, Oak Creek for the 100-year recurrence interval event does break out of its channel upstream of US 101.
Upstream, but could be it's very much upstream. Not affect
Between
the freeway.
East Valley Road and US 101, so somewhere in there.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing those maps because the people who are waiting for that sound wall determination is based on more than just what you're saying, of course, and what those maps determine. But thank you for your comments there. I have one more thing here I wanted to mention. So the recovery map that was determined to not allow water to be estimated underneath bridges and culverts, was that something that was done purely by our county, or was there some direction by FEMA or anybody else? It's just a history question, actually. If you don't know the answer, it's okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Bleach, I believe that was done through cooperative discussion between the county and FEMA.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Could you, this is maybe beyond your kind of jurisdictional sandbox, but how was it that Caltrans was able to not use the recovery maps, but the county, in terms of the bridges under the 101, and they were able to refer to the previous map, but that the sound walls were?
That's a different tough question.
Sure, Chair Miller. It's kind of a technical question. It was difficult to make that analysis because the recovery mapping assumed block bridges and culverts. So for that no-rise certification, and to back up, the bridge analysis required a no-rise certification, which is a FEMA requirement. FEMA actually does not consider the recovery mapping for no-rise certifications. So that's why we applied the effective mapping and not the recovery mapping. We as a county have adopted the recovery mapping for how we review it and approve development.
One more.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Senhauer, Commissioner Stahl, and then Commissioner Felice.
Thanks. Thank you, Matt. Could you basically reference again the categories that will not be considered in this new mapping? Okay. Will not consider burned areas is one. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true. Sorry.
And the will consider bulking, but will not consider bridges and culverts. What are the three? There were three categories that it will not.
Yeah, Commissioner Senhauer. The new mapping does not consider bridges and culverts to be plugged. That was a consideration for the recovery mapping. The new mapping does not consider hydrology based on the burned watershed. A burned watershed, of course, will have much higher peak flows. So this considers an unburned watershed, which has lower peak flood flows. And to account for the debris that we know occurs in Montecito, those peak flood flows that were determined for an unburned watershed were given a bulking factor to account for debris that we know is in the water.
Okay, so who determined that these categories would not be part of this mapping? There's no scale. In other words, if A occurs, the equation is
Varies.
yeah. I'm just trying to get a sense of why this determination was made not to consider these other factors rather than a scale of consideration as far as adverse impacts. Okay, where did that come from? Do you have any idea? I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense.
Commissioner Senhauer, the standards I just described are more in line with typical FEMA remapping effort standards. The recovery mapping was unique. And so essentially we're just reverting to the conventional remapping standards. And the scaling, I think, is addressed at least partially by that bulking factor for debris.
So my last question. So it was flood control who basically listed the 3 categories as not contributing to this mapping. Your department?
Commissioner Stenhauer, no, I would say no, that's primarily a FEMA decision.
FEMA. Thank you.
Chair?
I think, I'm sorry,
I didn't
Commissioner
see her light.
Stahl and then Commissioner
Her
Pulisic.
light wasn't, I didn't see.
Oh.
Okay.
This is a much more mundane question, but just in terms of the community. When, like right now, Sycamore Canyon Road is closed, correct? Who closed that? Is it flood control or Caltrans?
Commissioner Stahl, that's a Caltrans road. Caltrans closed the road.
Separate from,
Separate from us, yes.
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pulisic.
I don't know whether you heard my first little or comments that I made as I was leaving the chair, but I mentioned the idea of being this body participating in some of the decisions that occurred that we could have some effect on. And one of them was actually flood control, and that being the rings. And I understand, at least to help me here, was the flood control consulted during that process regarding the inheritance of the rings as a flood control product that you would now have, or did you not want it? Or can you tell me your position, Walter?
So Commissioner Pulisic, to the chair, I want to make sure I understand. You're referring to the nets and the decision for
Right.
that. So just a little history on that is the nets have never been owned, operated, or anything by the county.
I'm aware of that.
And when the nets were originally proposed, the county put up a bond, I think, for the environmental permitting. But these are all Board of Supervisor actions. And it said, we're putting up the money for this bond, but there is no desire by the flood control district or the county to ever own, operate, or maintain this. So we never changed our position on that. There was no desire. We don't have access to those nets. They're not adjacent to an easement. We don't have any ability to get to them. So it's never been a competition of retention or debris basins versus the nets, but we don't have access to those nets. They're very expensive. And remember, the Randall Road Basin, for just an example, had 90,000 cubic yards of material excavated from that basin. The nets, in comparison, maybe hold 1,000 cubic yards. When we clear the basins, we clear the material and either take it to Foothill or take it down to Goleta Beach for disposal, depending on the specs. The nets are unable to clear the material. What they are able to do is move the material out of the creek and then spread it.
Right.
So why did the flood control district or the county not take over those nets? One, we don't have access to the nets. Two, it was about $1,200 per cubic yard to clear, versus debris basin was in the neighborhood of $35 to $45 a cubic yard to clear. And we have access, and we could do it quickly, and we have the property rights for that.
So you didn't think they served much of a function when the soil was denuded by all the rocks and water that removed all the vegetation on the hills. So you don't think it was the first line of defense for those first 3 to 5 years? Commissioner
Pulisic, through the chair, we thought the nets had value. There was a burnt watershed. They provided some level of protection. We thought that the nets work in collaboration with the debris basins. But once the watershed recovered from the fire, we felt that it was in the best interest of the flood control district to put our monies towards debris basins. For example, the Buena Vista debris basin, which we're going to put in next. Why? Because we have access to those. We own the property. We have, and we can remove the material quickly.
Mm-hmm.
We do not own helicopters. We would actually have to hire a company to go up there, and we would not be clearing the material. We would just be spreading it.
Yeah.
We are able to clear our debris basins.
Yeah.
So again, not a competition. We are in support of the nets when they were in there. The debris, the watershed has recovered. That's why there was not a desire by the flood control district to take those over, or the county.
You're right. Well, that discussion, unfortunately, was not shared to the extent that probably the citizens of Montecito would have liked to have heard. It didn't even get to the Board of Supervisors. A couple of Board of Supervisors heard about it, but it was mostly done behind closed doors. And my problem with that is that those nets don't have to be cleaned every year. That's not what they do in the Alps in Switzerland. They could stay in that form for a while. And the fact that it's a first line of defense makes it a little bit more important than, say, what happens at the freeway. So there was other functions that it served. And the way we clean it now is all predicated on environmental rules that exist. In the long run, if we kept those things, we might have modified some of those rules and allowed ourselves to clear those much cheaper. But anyway, I appreciate your comments, and thank you.
Do we have other questions from commissioners?
Just one question. You
Mr.
mentioned
Kubiak.
that there were 1,400 parcels that will either are affected or will be notified. Is that just the notification package when the
Sorry, Commissioner Kubiak through the chair. That's 1,400 parcels that will be notified. So that includes parcels that are currently in the floodplain or will be added to the floodplain.
Okay, so those are just parcels that are affected by this map, one way or the other.
One way or the other, or essentially they could be in the floodplain and remain in the floodplain. They would still get a notification.
So it's pretty much all parcels.
All parcels within the future and current floodplains, yes.
Great, thank you.
Could we have a little bit of guidance about the nature of disclosure of information in this process? That I appreciate where some of this may be sensitive, or I think Commissioner Stahl has alluded to the idea that this impacts real estate values, and so kind of there is a concern about how and why this information comes out. But could you characterize, has the County Board of Supervisors been given a briefing about kind of the nature of what the data is showing?
Chair Miller, I don't believe they've been formally given that information yet, but that we do intend to reach out to them shortly prior to the release of the preliminary maps.
You all are stuck in a difficult place right now because there has been a bit of a jurisdictional fight, as you know, relating to the sound walls, of what this body had as a plan for approval versus how the Board of Supervisors has frankly overruled and rewritten what we did and put a time clock on the sound walls as it relates to this mapping. And so that is where we have all had a real focus on this. I think we are seeking clarification about when can interim communication be presented to government bodies, be it the Board of Supervisors or us, before the public release.
Chair Miller, we'll continue that discussion on our end and give you an update.
Okay, so you will come back to us with guidance about what further information. Is it the expectation that there will be a review of the sound wall feasibility as a part of approval of this new FEMA mapping?
Chair Miller, that is not a flood control expectation. We do not intend to do that. That would probably be a Caltrans action item.
I have one question, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Senhauer.
A brief question. Matt, did you say that there is a possibility to adopt a preliminary or draft of this? Is that what you?
Commissioner Senhauer, yes, I did say that. That is something that we're considering. That's not something that we're currently planning to do, but it is potentially an option.
Okay. So adopting a draft would then be contingent on the final, right? So there would be corrections made or et cetera, to the draft, which is adopted versus the final. So how would that be helpful to adopt a draft?
So,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Commissioner Senhauer, through the chair, I wanted to clarify, and it may help the discussion and guide your question. Earlier, the comment was made that the words draft and preliminary are equivalent. I just want to clarify that's not quite accurate. There are different categories, stages of FEMA's adoption of maps, and so you can have a draft version of a preliminary map. You can have a draft version of the final map. And so what the Flood Control District is discussing right now is the possibility of adopting the preliminary map once it is officially published by FEMA and not in a draft form.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you.
sure. And then to your question, Commissioner Senhauer, the advantage would be, well, I'll back up. So the effective mapping would still be in place and administered. If we, if the Board of Supervisors happens to adopt the preliminary mapping, that would, in essence, also be applied simultaneous to the effective mapping. The advantage would be that we could then daylight or sunset the recovery mapping. So the very onerous requirements of the recovery mapping could go away.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, any further questions from commissioners? Okay. We have one speaker slip. Joe Cole.
Morning, Commissioner. My name is Joseph Cole. I'm here for a different matter. However, I'm legal counsel and one of the founders of the NETS group. And we've never spoken, but I've worked very closely with, from the very beginning, raising the money, getting the permits, doing all the contracts. I would suggest that if you have questions about the NETS, if you want to talk about the NETS, also get Pat McElroy here so you can hear both sides. Just for a couple of examples. Not being able to get to the land, well, there's 6 nets and 3 canyons. The landowner, we get to the nets, the county can get to the nets because there's landowner agreements, and the landowners are fine with the county coming in and taking them over. The capacities, 6 nets, the capacities I think range from about 5,000 cubic meters to about 9 or 10. And the cost of backing up a dump truck and cleaning out a debris basin is different than the cost of cleaning out the nets. But each net is different. The one that got filled up was on Upper San Ysidro, which was the hardest to get to. There's 2 on Lower Cold Springs, for instance. The final thing I'll say is, if you look at Buena Vista, for instance, we had 2 nets there. There's no debris basin. They're talking about making a debris basin in about 2 years. So we had to pull the nets, as you read, and now Buena Vista is unprotected. So again, I would suggest good questions. This is probably the only forum, because I never did go to the Board of Supervisors, but I would have Pat McElroy or Brett Matthews or somebody from the Nets group show up also to answer questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Placer?
Pardon me, Joe, one question more, even though Pat's not here. Could you tell us why the nets had to be pulled when they were pulled? And was there fair warning to the county regarding that?
Yes. So 5 different agencies, state, federal, local, governor permits. We've always been very careful to comply with all the permits. There are Clean Water Act and CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife permits that say that you can't be in the canyons doing any kind of construction after November 1. So that was our deadline. Yes, the county knew about the deadline. We spent a year, and then it picked up in the last few months. The deadline was the deadline. We had the helicopters up there to clean out the upper San Ysidro, so at the same time we pulled them. I think the final deadline was November 15th. The county deadline was October 30, and it took us 2 weeks to pull all the nets and do all the permitting that we had to do.
Okay, so you started negotiating with the county at the beginning of 23, is that not correct?
Correct.
And your intention was that they would inherit them if they wanted to, and otherwise we had to remove the liability to the nonprofit by taking them out. Is that part of it?
So we had landowner approvals for another 5 years. We were set to come before you in November, and we thought that you might approve another 5 years.
Right.
We had CDFW approval for another 5 years. We had landowner approval for another 5 years. We had everything set up for another 5 years. And we're just a nonprofit.
Right.
We couldn't take the risk. It's about $100,000 a year for the maintenance and so forth. We couldn't take the risk that in that last storm, if 3 or 4 of them filled up, that we would be on the hook for millions of dollars, to clean them out. You can't really compare the capacity of the net either with the debris basins. Most of the sand goes out to the ocean. You don't need dump trucks. They're used all over the world.
Okay. One more question. So, was there some indemnity that the county wanted that was the crux of the reason why we had to take them out? I mean,
no, it's financial. We, the nonprofit, we had raised $6 million from the community, and we determined that we just couldn't keep going out and raising more and more money to clean out the nets. If you have a non-FEMA event, a
emergency.
state of emergency event, yes, then you don't get FEMA funds. We have FEMA funds and CDF, National Fish and Wildlife grants. We have the county bond to pay everybody, do all the work that we've done. But we didn't want to stiff anybody.
Mm-hmm.
It was a point in time where 126 million, we're told, in property taxes come out of Montecito. It would be 100,000 a year. If there's a debris flow that's not covered by FEMA, state of emergency, then the county would have had to pay. And I think that was the reason they weren't sure.
Well, my question I'm leading to is was this decision made by the body of the Board of Supervisors, or was this done in-house with the county and with the nonprofit?
It never went to the Board of Supervisors. I worked on the correspondence back and forth. It was between Scott McGulpin, Das Williams, Pat McElroy, and Brett Matthews.
And what about the legal team at the county?
Never engaged with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kubiak.
But Joe, and I should disclose, I actually made a specific trip to talk to Joe about this because it's just not.
Get closer.
Because we want to understand, because community members really want to understand what happened, because everyone felt somewhat secure. But just to kind of reiterate, there is a financial issue here, that if there's a non-FEMA event, someone's on the hook for cleaning those nets out. And the truth of the matter is, your not-profit didn't have the bandwidth to do that, and neither did the county. And it's it's a sad state of it's down to the money, but it's kind of down to the money. And I think that I'd just like the community members that in Montecito to understand that that is definitely an issue. There's not an endless bucket of money to spend on things, and if the county makes a decision that it has to really be about one type of debris removal than another,
I get it.
then
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Commissioner Police, did you have something? For the
No, I'm going to
Okay.
dispense
So,
from his
Mr.
comments.
Chair and Commissioners, I believe there's somebody that would like to make a public comment. So if you
I'd submit a speaker slip, please.
or, ma'am, you could just go ahead and state your name and for the record, and then afterwards fill out the slip and
Perfect.
provide it.
I'm just here for another matter. I'm Lisa Seibert. Interesting enough, I'm a mom. My daughter had Kawasaki disease in 2004. It's related to PFOA, PFOS, which was sprayed on our mountains by 3M. It's a water repellent, oil repellent. McDonald's used it, the French fry containers. As a mom, I was like, what is going on in our community that we would let tens of thousands of gallons of this be dumped on our hill, and then we all wonder why it all came down. You're saying you have a financial problem? Why don't you go after 3M, who sprayed the mountains with the chemical? That's my comment.
Thank you. I think, barring any further comments on the flood control matter, I would like to thank flood control staff for coming in today and presenting to us. I think we would very much like to invite you all and encourage you all to come back when the maps are complete, which we are understanding would be potentially for our March meeting. So could we? What is the likelihood of the maps being? If I go back to, if we go to slide 2, is in the orange box. Should we agendize this for our March meeting, or?
Chair Miller, I believe the information we have from FEMA is that it's March 27th. Yeah. So I'm not sure that would be appropriate to agendize for your March meeting.
So we should shoot for the April meeting, is what you're saying?
If you so choose, yeah, I think that'd be more appropriate.
Okay, so we will agendize this to come back for the April meeting. And with that, I would be inclined to take a 5-minute break before we move on to the next matter.
Yeah, thanks for coming, guys. We
Thank you.
hope we weren't too hard on you.
It's fine.
Mr. Wilson, do I have to do something about like Excellent. Well, let's call this meeting back into order, and we will consider agenda item number 13, number 2. And could I ask Mr. Villalobos to read this item into the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to. The following is a hearing on the request of Babbitt et al. Appellants to consider the following two appeals. Case number 23, APL 31, an appeal of the Planning and Development Director's decision to approve land use permit case number 21, LUP 292, and case number 23, APL 33, an appeal of the Montecito Board of Architectural Reviews preliminary design review approval of case number 22, BAR 187.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Now I'd like to have commissioners declare any site visits and any ex parte receipt of oral or written evidence. And with that, I'd like to move left to right, starting with Commissioner Kubiak.
I have no other part.
I think you have
I have visited the site, and I do not have any correspondence to disclose.
Commissioner Stahl.
I've had conversations with Mr. Cole and with Mr. Babbitt.
Commissioner Senhauer.
Yes, I had a site visit at the applicant's property at 539 Periwinkle yesterday, and for about a half hour. And I have spoken with Mr. Cole on the appellant side. Thank you.
Commissioner Police.
Yes, I likewise visited the site, and I have spoken with and met with Mr. Cole, and I had a phone conversation with Mr. Seibert a few months back. That's the extent. Thank you.
I have driven past the site and looked at the site from the road. Yes. Okay. Now we would go to the supplemental material. I'm sorry. We are going to the staff report. My apologies. We are, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, just at some point before we get to public comment, we can do that now or take it up later. We do have 2 letters that were submitted following your deadline that would need to be voted into the record. And so we can either do that now or we can do that before public comment.
That was the supplemental information. Oh,
Got it. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, okay. So let's take up the matter of the 2 late submissions of information.
And so just to clarify what those 2 records were, is one was a submittal by the applicant, which was a letter that he received from Joseph Cole, dated February 17th, 2024. And there was also a submittal that I just put on the dais during the break, which was a submittal by the appellant's attorney, Mr. Cole, the one that says no evidence to support these findings set forth in attachment B, revised findings 4 at the top. And those are the 2 submittals. And so those have both been, copies of both documents have been posted online, and hard copies in the back of the room.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could I just address the request for supplementing the record? I do want to clarify for the record that one of those documents is identified as a confidential communication between the appellant and the applicant. That's a third-party claim of confidentiality. Generally, staff is not the arbiter of those third-party claims of confidentiality. Staff did check with the applicant who submitted that record to ensure that they did want to submit that as a request to supplement the record, and they did confirm that they did want to ask you to consider that. In terms of the process, yeah, your commission does have full discretion at this point because both of those are late submittals to either include it or exclude it from the record, and currently neither of those documents is in the record. So it requires a motion and a 4/5 vote to bring them into the record, otherwise they remain out of the record. And because the author of one of those records that is purported to be confidential is representing the applicant, I would recommend that you give them an opportunity to address that document before calling for a motion to include it in the record.
Mr. Paddock, does that mean that we should hold off on the decision to enter it into the record until we are at the appellant and applicant's time, or do we have kind of mini discussion now?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you have the discretion to take up this matter at any point before or before you hear other testimony. So after from the applicant and the appellant, I would recommend taking up now, just so that everyone knows what's in the record, what's out of the record before before they get going. Both parties will have a full opportunity to argue their case, whether or not these documents are in the record.
Okay, and is it within my discretion as chair as to how much time we spend discussing these documents with the appellant and the applicant?
Chair, yes, it's within your discretion. I do recommend hearing from the author of the document that's purported to be confidential before calling for a motion.
Okay, and counsel, you had suggested that we would hear from the applicant, but am I correct that the document we're referring to was drafted by the appellant? Should we be hearing from both or just from the appellant?
I apologize if I misspoke, Mr. Chair. The author of that document is the counsel for the appellant.
Okay,
is who I meant to say.
Okay, excellent. Well, you may have said it correctly and I heard it wrong, so let's not. I'm sorry.
Were we
Commissioner
given?
Stahl.
I only have a copy of one of those documents.
So it's this document and this document.
Okay, well, we don't have copies.
Why don't you have mine?
Okay.
So with that, if we could bring up Mr. Cole to speak as the author of, as counsel for the appellant who has drafted this confidential document. And I'd like to assign 2 minutes. This will be a red zone offense here. Yeah. 60 seconds. Yeah. Okay.
So this was meant to be a confidential settlement. You know, we would always prefer to settle. We sent it to them. We didn't hear back. I have no objection to it being admitted. I think it's probably at some point the MPC needs a policy, because if you allow people to have confidential settlement agreements, maybe things settle and you don't have to hear them. But I have no problems with this being admitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. I am not thinking that this is the time to be setting longer term policy, but let's review these two documents in this specific. I would entertain a motion to enter either independently or both together into the record.
Would move. Approve both of them going in the record.
Want me to?
I have a motion from Commissioner.
I didn't hear.
I have a motion from Commissioner Stahl
To.
to enter both documents into the record.
I'll second that.
You second. Okay. Do I need to open this up to public comment? No. Okay. In that case, I would like to call for a vote. Commissioner Kubiak. Aye. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Commissioner Stahl.
Aye.
Commissioner Stenauer.
Aye.
Commissioner Bleacher.
Aye.
Aye. So unanimous. They are both entered into the record. Now I think we are on to staff report. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Katie Nall, and I'll be presenting the Babbitt et al. Appeals of the Cyberd exterior alterations. The appeal includes 23 APL 31, which is an appeal of the land use permit approved by the director, and 23 APL 33, which is an appeal of the BAR's preliminary approval. Today, the Commission is the decision maker for both the land use permit and the project's design review. The project was previously scheduled for January 17th, 2024, but changes were made to the project description that required additional review by staff. Those changes are reflected in the project description and today's presentation. The project is located at 539 Periwinkle Lane in Montecito. The property includes a residence that was built in 1949 by Harriet Moody and a detached single-car carport and utility room constructed around 1976. According to the project's historic report, provided by Post Hazeltine, the residence is eligible for listing as a county place of historic merit, but has not received an official designation. Over the years, the residence has undergone alterations, including in 2020 when the owner was issued a building permit to re-roof the house and the carport with a black flat panel metal roof. In 2021, a complaint was filed for work exceeding the scope of the re-roof permit, including interior and exterior changes. This slide shows the conditions of the residence prior to those recent alterations. In 2021, the applicant submitted a land use permit application to abate the zoning violation for unpermitted exterior alterations. On August 17, 2023, planning staff approved land use permit 21 LUP 292, which allowed for raising the northeastern portion of the roof by 3.5 inches, raising a portion of the eastern roof by 1 foot 5 inches, and installing new doors, windows, and siding. Replacement windows and board and batten siding were approved to match the house's historic appearance. The existing carport and utility room include as-built exterior paint and material changes as well. The approval coincided with MBAR's preliminary approval of 22 BAR 187, and this slide shows the approved project and what the residence currently looks like. Since these approvals, the applicant has updated the project plans in response to public comment. This slide shows the current project description and how the house would look after all the changes proposed were included. These plans reflect an asphalt shingle roof on the residence, replacing the existing metal seam roof. They also clarified design details such as the roof plan and door and window replacement specifications. The color change of the residence to a darker white per MBAR comments is also listed, and dark sky compliant outdoor lighting fixtures are labeled. Staff has reviewed the updated plans and confirms the project description is accurately depicted. A Phase 1 and 2 historic resources report prepared for the project concluded the property was eligible for listing as a county place of historic merit, and that the project would meet the Secretary of the Interior's standards for rehabilitation if the design measures described in the report were implemented. Those recommendations have been included in the project description, and they're listed on the screen. The standards for rehabilitation allow historically important structures to be updated while ensuring they maintain their original integrity. This project was also reviewed by HLAC, who acknowledged the need for certain modifications and supported the historic report's recommendations moving forward. The minutes indicate HLAC did not support the metal roof, but with the updated plans and changing the roof to asphalt shingles, that remediates this concern. Today, the Commission is considering appeals of both the MBAR's preliminary approval of the project as well as the Director's approval of the land use permit. Issue 1. Alterations of a historic Moody Cottage were completed without appropriate permits and do harm to this historic home, the neighborhood, and Montecito's architectural heritage of Moody Cottages. In response, the project was reviewed by MBAR, who approved the plans with implementation of the historic report's design recommendations. HLAC also supported these changes. Both HLAC and MBAR made comments supporting an asphalt roof. Therefore, as documented by the historic report and supported by both MBAR and HLAC, the project will not do harm to the historic nature of the structure, neighborhood, or community. Issue 2. MBAR made an error in their discretion by not mandating the replacement of the installed modern black metal seam roof with a roof consistent with Moody Sisters' character. This issue has been resolved by the change of the roof material to asphalt shingles, thereby making the project consistent with the Moody Sisters' character. The Commission, acting as the MBAR, has the discretion to approve or deny a project's design based on the full scope of the proposal. Issue 3. MBAR made an error in their discretion approving architectural drawings which included vague and inaccurate information provided by the neighbors concerned for safety risks. In response to this issue, staff compared the plans to county records and historical photos. The project was reviewed and approved by staff and MBAR in compliance with their review guidelines and bylaws. The Montecito Planning Commission considers the subject appeals de novo. The applicant has also applied for a building permit as required by county code. Structural safety will be reviewed by the building department to ensure the structure meets all building code requirements. The project is consistent with the applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan, and can also be found exempt from CEQA per section 15301A, existing facilities. Per the hearing package documents, some public comments are requesting an EIR be prepared for this project, arguing that exception F excludes the use of a categorical exemption. However, this exception does not apply because the project does not cause a substantial adverse change to a historic resource. Your commission's motion may include the following. Deny the land use permit appeal, case number 23 APL 31, thereby affirming the director's decision to approve case number 21 LUP 292, as modified at today's hearing. Deny the BAR appeal, case number 23 APL 33, thereby affirming the Montecito Board of Architectural Review's decision to grant preliminary approval of case number 22 BAR 187 as modified at today's hearing. Make the required findings for approval as specified in attachment A of the staff memorandum dated February 21st, 2024, including the design review and CEQA findings. Determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines sections 15301A, and grant de novo approval of case numbers 22 BAR 187 and 21 LUP 292, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B of the staff memorandum dated February 21st, 2024. That concludes my presentation, and staff's available for comments or questions.
Commissioner Kubiak, is your light on? Is Diana your question? Do you have any questions at this time? Please go ahead.
What is the consequence with the county when you do unpermitted work, other than requiring people to get an as-built permit? Because it seems to me like reading through this, the MBAR was not allowed to discuss the roof because it was an pre-existing condition, but it was an illegal pre-existing condition that, you know, they obtained a permit, but then they didn't, you know, talk about it being historic. It just doesn't, I don't understand just even in general what happens when you have a situation.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Stahl, important to note here is that the county did grant the property owner a permit to replace the roof. So the applicant came in, requested a permit to replace the roof. The county gave it to him, began to replace the roof, and then exceeded the scope of that work. They went beyond the roof. They started changing the height of the roof, other materials in the house. And so when we received a zoning violation complaint, we investigated the property. We found that they exceeded the scope of the roofing permit, and we established that there was a violation. The remedy for that violation is to obtain a permit for those changes. And that's what they're asking for here today.
Okay, but when they applied for the roof permit, did it include a description of the materials?
It did.
It did. And there was no discussion about it being an historic property?
No. So just to be clear, Commissioner Stahl, the property is not designated as a historic landmark or a place of historic merit. It's not designated at all. There's nothing within the county system that would alert P&D staff that this was...
Other than being familiar with Montecito.
Correct.
And I mean, my understanding professionally is that anything over 50 years has to be reviewed by an historian. I mean, that's been my personal and professional experience.
That is our policy. That's correct.
Okay, so was this reviewed by an historian before they did it?
Mm-hmm. The request to replace the roof was not reviewed by a historian.
And is that in compliance with your 50-year, anything older than 50-year being reviewed by an historian?
So the process for obtaining a building permit to replace your roof is an over-the-counter process with building and safety. And that doesn't go through zoning staff. That's just an over-the-counter permit. Someone comes in, they say, we want to replace our roof, and here's the materials, and here's how we're going to do it, and then they're given a permit.
So somebody could ostensibly have a red tile roof on a property and take that off and put shingles on it.
Sure.
Just with an over-the-counter permit and no oversight by the county.
No discretionary review by the county.
Sure. Commissioner Palicia.
Aaron, one more question, or you may think you know it better. You can answer. So when you get a roofing permit, are you allowed to modify the pitch of the roof and make that change? Is it more inclusive than just the surface? Okay. School me on that, would you please?
Sure. Mr. Chair and Mr. Palice. So typically when you re-roof, you are not allowed to change the height of the roof.
But
and
the pitch you can
that
change?
would include the pitch for all intents and purposes.
Okay.
I mean,
not that it makes so much difference. I was just curious.
Right. The concept is that you're replacing the material.
So I guess at that point, by modifying the pitch, that's where we first went out of compliance.
That's correct.
Everything else was sort of windows or whatever. That was the first sin, so to speak.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kubiak.
Yes, just so that I'm clear through this presentation, what's being proposed now for the disposition of the work to be done at this cottage is the MBAR approved documents that has a shingle roof. It is this project.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kubiak, no, but yes.
Okay.
So the
I'm game.
just a quick clarification. So the MBAR approved the house with the metal roof, and they said the paint is too white. We want you to darken the paint. So the approval by MBAR includes the metal roof in a darker paint color.
And is that what's being proposed here today?
No. What's being proposed here today goes a step further. And what they did was they included the darker paint color to satisfy the MBAR approval. Right. And in response to concerns by the neighbors and others about the roofing material, they are voluntarily changing the roofing material to a shingle roof to be more in character with a classic Moody Sisters style.
And this is the project that you are asking
this is the current request today.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Kubiak, just one point of clarification. Apologize to Mr. Briggs. The MBAR action was not to approve the metal roof. That was not under their purview because it wasn't part of that project description. So that's the clarification.
Okay,
so what Mr. Briggs is indicating now is that from the last planning commission to now, they revised the project description to include the roof as proposed today. So that's the slight nuance in what we're talking about.
Can we go to slide 12, please?
Commissioners, if I could add one more thing to Mr. Wilson's. The reason it wasn't part of the MBAR review, though, is because they had a legal permit to do the roof. So it was done. So that's why.
I understand.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But the builder is actually proposing to put the appropriate roof on the building.
Correct. Yep.
And change the color.
Correct.
And comply with what MBAR's comments are.
Correct.
Okay.
The reason I asked us to go to slide 12 is, if I understand, it is within this body's discretion to approve, we'll call it the original permit that is number 1, the original permit is number 2, or we can approve the revision that has happened between the last meeting and this meeting that is number 1. Is that, help me understand the recommended, I think this goes to Commissioner Kubiak's question about what are we doing today.
So, Mr. Chair, the project before you today that's being proposed is the shingle roof and the darker color.
Okay.
If for some reason the commission prefers the metal roof and the lighter color, you're going to need to interact with the applicant to make sure that's acceptable to them.
So, just to cut to the chase on this, is the applicant is the appellant and the Seabirds, are they in unison about this last iteration? And we're not. Okay.
I suspect we are not.
I'm just trying to figure out where we are.
Okay. Commissioner Stahl.
Because you talked about the MBAR not being able to consider the roof as part of their approval, correct? That
Yes, that is.
okay. So if they change the roof, does this go back to MBAR for approval? This new iteration, does it go? Can we throw it back to MBAR to approve and then approve it here?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Stahl, you are the MBAR today. The preliminary approval by the MBAR was appealed to the Planning Commission today. So you're the MBAR in terms of preliminary approval. The remainder of the process is that the applicant would then return to the MBAR one more time for final approval, with the concept being that what's approved at final is in substantial conformance with what was approved here today. There can be no significant changes between preliminary and final. The project has to remain the same.
Council.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to confirm that your question was answered about the first two recommended actions. The reason that there are two actions there is that the Montecito Planning Commission is considering two approvals. One is for the land use permit, and one is for the design review action, both of which were approved and both of which have been appealed to your body. So recommended action 1 relates to the land use permit, and recommended action 2 relates to the design review.
Okay, so it's not a choice between the two. It's both. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair.
I misunderstood that. Commissioner Police.
Do you want to say
I'm sorry.
first?
Commissioner Senauer. I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Senauer and then
Yes.
Commissioner Police.
Thank you. So can I please have clarification on the de novo character of what's before us today? My understanding was within the said project description as the date of 21 February before us, first page, anything under the project description, which is on page 1 and quite lengthy, comes within our purview, just not the roof. Is that correct or incorrect?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, sorry, I'm going to jump in. I believe, as Mr. Biggs has indicated, the applicant has revised the project description,
Right.
and it includes roof material.
Right, that's what I'm reading here, the revised.
Yeah,
for
so
today.
that because the project description now includes changes to the roof, that is now under your purview.
Only the roof.
No, everything that's listed.
So what I just said was correct.
Yeah.
Everything within this paragraph is under our purview and determination as de novo. Correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Senauer, that is correct.
Okay. And so that's quite lengthy. It's just not the metal roof. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay.
Chair, if I could clarify one more thing.
Yes.
Getting back to Commissioner Stahl's, it was important. I think it's important to repeat. The MBAR didn't decide on the roof, but they did comment on the roof, and I think that's very important to understand. And the applicant is actually doing exactly what the MBAR has asked them to do. So, yeah.
Commissioner Police.
I think maybe if we heard the applicant and we heard the homeowner full testimony here, we might have all the information. That's just part of it here.
So I think if I'm hearing from Commissioner Police, he is asking for us to move on to the next item, which is the appellant and applicant presents testimony. I have had, I understand that it is within my so why don't we have the appellant come on up and present. And my understanding is that we have an allocation of time that goes both ways. Am I correct in understanding that you would like 20 minutes? And is that 20 minutes on the initial presentation or 20 minutes including with time for the rebuttal? Is that meets your goals? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yep. You'll be satisfied with it? Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm Joe Colm. I'm legal counsel for the appellants here. I have with me today Mark Gitillo, historian Amber Long, and then historian Sarah Corder of South Environmental. So our presentation will be me, then Mr. Gitillo, Ms. Long, and then Ms. Corder. Then I'll follow up with a few final closing comments, and then if I have time for any rebuttal. I also have with us the lead applicant, Bill Babbitt. Mr. Babbitt is here in his own personal sense, but he's also the current land use chair, past land use chair of the Montecito Association, former president of the Periwinkle Homeowners Association, retired licensed architect, and he owns the Moody Cottage that's next door, to the Cyber project. I'm going to go through the pictures pretty quickly because I'd like to save time for rebuttal. These are in your package. That's the Cyber project, 539. You can see it's surrounded by 4 other Moody homes. Next slide, David. So, Harriet Moody has been written about a lot. This was written, I think, when her sister was still 93. Iconic architecture and an iconic historic district. Next one, David, please. A pioneer female architect, which we have a few in Santa Barbara, and we treasure them. Next, David. So, just more, if you lived in Montecito for a long time, I moved here 48 years ago. I was able to buy a house 38 years ago, luckily. Our kids would walk down Periwinkle and just say, what a magic fairy tale place it was. Next, David. So one thing we're working on, this is Mr. Babbitt, and this is the Marcia Hadley, the great niece of Harriet Moody. She lives in San Francisco. We're looking at all the Moody drawings and trying to place them here with like the historical museum along with a grant so that they are here. Miss Hadley has an architectural degree from Berkeley. Next, please. So these are some of the drawings hand drawn by Harriet Moody that we were able to, that we're trying to bring here. Next, David. But you can see in her drawings how important the roof is. This is an original drawing of hers, and then this is the constructed property. Next, please. And again, you've all been in Montecito. It's a whimsical, charming, warm, rich, English, look, aesthetic. Next, please. This is the one. This is the home, the Moody Cottage, or Moody home that's next door to the Cyber project. Next, please. This is the entrance next door to the Cyber project. Next, please. So this is where we are now, and we'll talk about the shingle roof, that came in when the last hearing was continued. Next, please. So what happened is the owners applied for a re-roof permit. It went to the building department. The county spent 24 minutes on it. Unfortunately, they didn't Google the address. It would have popped up Moody all over it. Next, please. This is the famous permit we're talking about. It's actually false on its face. You can see it's for flat panels. It also says the color to match the existing black asphalt shingle. Well, the existing asphalt shingle, you'll see in a second, wasn't black. And when the Cybergs had the roof installed, it's a folded metal roof. It's not a flat roof. Next, please. I have 18, 20, or maybe 20 pages of notes from HLAC. I listened to the whole thing, took notes, also from the 3 MBAR hearings. At HLAC, which you can see was September 30, 2021, 2.5 years ago, they were very upset that it had not been flagged to them. And they wrote this memo back to the building department. They were shocked they said that actually it works pretty well at the county. Anything over 50 years gets flagged to them. They were just shocked that this one, they call it a slip by or something. Unfortunately, that's what happened. Next. So this is from Redfin. This is the property they bought. I'm just going to show you one thing. I know I have to be near the microphone and all that, but I don't have a pointer. So I want you to remember that this is a so you can see where that corner comes down to the water heater. It's basically flush. And you'll see also on the right, there's the door that we'll talk about. Oh, thank you. Next slide, please. Testing. Does this work? So this is from the post-Hazeltine report. Once they got caught, building without permits, they had to do the historic report after the fact. So you see, before I showed that the roof came here, the plans that we've been looking at from from HLAC through 3 MBARs, even this morning when I was looking at the staff presentation, the dimensions keep changing. And so it's kind of been a moving target. But you can see in the staff report, it's always talked about 3.5 inches. This morning's staff presentation said, well, this is up to 6 inches now, and this is the 3.5. But you can see what they did here, massive construction. This is the northeast quadrant. They're doing saw cuts. I don't know if this is forward or old. You can see the roof isn't on. When you talk about pre-existing condition, well, the roof came on after, some of the other things went on. So these are 2 2x4s laid sideways. That's probably 4 inches. This is another 6 or 7 inches. This said 3.5 for a long time. Now it's up to 6 inches, but this is really like 9 or 10 inches. Next slide, please. So this is another view of it. It just shows you that the roof, was being put over here, but it was pretty major structural. It wasn't like my house where you just get a re-roof permit and put a new roof on. There was, trenching, major work. Leave it at that. Next, please. So this is where they raised the roof substantially, which in our view violates the Secretary of Interior Historic. So we have that. Plus there's this roof over here. So what went to HLAC was a different project description that talked about raising it once. And over the last few iterations, even in the staff report, it's gone to finally 2. There were two roof raises. Next, please. And this just shows you that quadrant, these are bearing walls. There was a lot of work done. And so whatever the roof was, it still needs to be inspected underneath, for health and safety issues. Next, please. So this is old and new. Now it's a black trim. Next, please. Yeah, so that's my last slide. So what happened to HLAC? And again, if you listen to the tapes, and I could go into a lot of detail, but basically they were looking at 1 roof raise, not 2. This is 2.5 years ago. They were not allowed, if you allow me to be blunt, since we don't have a lot of time, HLAC was not allowed to look at the roof because post-Hazeltine said they couldn't. Page 41, post-Hazeltine says the roof, even though it was being built later, was a pre-existing or an existing condition, can't look at it. Again, HLAC was shocked that they hadn't been flagged, especially on a Moody Cottage. There's these indications that HLAC is supporting this or supporting that. No, it needs to go back to HLAC. Actually, Commissioner Washass said I cannot support the project. I'm unhappy with the bump up on the roof from the east elevation. There's something serene and appropriate for the way they sculpted the building. The Moody's knew what they were doing. So HLAC, they were called off the roof by the historic report because of the permit. And as Mr. Briggs said, that permit is gone because it was way deviated from just getting past, the false face of it. So what happened to MBAR? I have to give John Watson a medal, but 3 MBAR hearings plus a site visit. Same result. They were not, MBAR was not allowed to have the roof within the scope of their employment of their deliberations. They were called off the roof because of an existing condition. If you look at their August 10th minutes that are in your package from MBAR, roofing material permitted, meaning permitted by this over-the-counter permit, not part of the project. So I'm going to leave it there and bring up Mr. Chitello. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Commission, I'm Mark Chitello. I'm my attorney on behalf of the legal team, and I can tell right now that we're going to run low on time. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask your indulgence to allow us. We have 2 historians that have some important technical evidence to present. I want to make sure that they have enough time. But I'd like to explain to you why the Commission must deny this project based on CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, that requires environmental analysis before approving projects that have the potential to cause significant impact. The county has asserted that the approval can be conducted through a categorical exemption. But CEQA provides for special protection for historical resources, and only in narrow circumstances may a categorical exemption be utilized. The exemption that they used is for minor alterations that don't cause a potentially significant impact. For a historical structure, there are other exemptions that could apply, but they've not chosen to use them. For purposes of our analysis, there's 2 questions. The first question is it a historical resource? And the application admits that. The applicant admits it, and the post-Hazeltine report, with all its defects, acknowledges that it qualifies as a significant historical resource. Even though it's not designated, it has to be treated as such. And in fact, it has been recognized in the Montecito Community Plan and its environmental documents. So this is no secret. The county knew about it. The county has official documentation that establishes that. They just didn't look for it. So since it's a historical resource, then the question is, are the changes going to entail a substantial adverse change to the historical components of the project, a substantial adverse change? If so, a categorical exemption is not available. And in our view, they did cause a substantial adverse change. The evidence that's before you, and you're going to hear, we submitted this argument about CEQA in writing and also from the 2 historians that you'll hear from in just a moment, established that changing the roof line, changing the pitch and the height of sections of the house changed the historical character of the Moody Cottage. The Moody cottages have a character-defining feature with their steep roofs and the steep pitch of those roofs and the roof lines. And David, if you could put on slide 16, that's my favorite. You can see the changes that were undertaken by the applicant as referenced by the beams on top of the water tank cabinet there, changed the roof line. And that changed, as you then look at the finished product, that changed the historical character, the character-defining features of this project. They also changed the colors, they changed the materials, they changed the size of the project. They inserted new doors. To the left of this, one of the areas where they had to raise the roof was in order to accommodate French doors that were never part of the Moody Cottage design. And only because of the height of those doors did they have to raise the roof. So they changed the historical structure of the property. And as a result of that, that interfered with it. That represents a significant change to that historical character defining feature. And as a result, the categorical exemption is not allowable. They also introduced replacement windows and the new colors of the white walls and black trim, which is just in opposite to what is appropriate for a Moody cottage and its historical character defining features. So in addition, there is evidence that the property is located in a historical district. So when a historical district, including a series of Moody cottages on Periwinkle Lane, means that the setting and the site is such that this change has significance to the rest of those other structures in the historical district. So we're no longer just looking at this individual property, but indeed this property in the context of this historical district. And that also requires environmental study. This is not something that's appropriate for consideration with respect to a categorical exemption. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Amber Long, historian, to talk about this this project. And Amber has history as a planner with the County of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, just paying attention to the timing, there's 4 minutes on your 20-minute clock. So if they exceed that, then whatever time they exceed it will need to be offered to the applicant, or it's under your discretion if you want to continue with this testimony or not.
Let's continue with this, but if it extends meaningfully beyond this, we'll have a conversation. I'm sorry. Let's put another 5 minutes on the clock, and in addition to what we've got, and we'll yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amber Long. I am the owner and principal architectural historian of Long Historic Preservation Services. And as was mentioned, I am a former county planner. Hi, Jeff. Nice to see you. I want to talk to you today along with my colleague, Sarah Corder, about this project. I'm a CEQA expert as it applies to cultural resources management. I have over 11 years of experience in the field. And the first thing I really want to talk about is the post-Hazeltine report and what they use as their baseline condition. So they have said that they could not address the roof because it was part of a building permit that was approved. That is an error when you're doing an assessment of a historic property. You can't not evaluate the whole. You know, that's a big part of CEQA. You have to look at the whole of the action. So by using a baseline of the as-built condition at the time that post-Hazeltine did the report, which was in the middle of this process, they have not addressed all of the historical property. The standing seam roof was not approved on the building permit. By accepting the baseline as this condition, the whole of the action cannot be considered. The whole of the action in this case is a thorough remodel of a historic cottage, which sidesteps full environmental review. The evaluation and impact analysis of the proposed changes against the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation must consider all the changes to the cottage, not simply the roof or the rest of the building except the roof. This has also been successful in other jurisdictions where changes have already been made and historians have had to come in the middle or afterwards. The previous condition, it has always been the baseline condition. The other thing I want to talk about, which has been talked about a lot, is the roof. In the world of Moody cottages, the roof is one of the most important character-defining features. We've talked about the pitch of the roof, the arrangement of roofing materials, the type of materials, the color of materials, and the height of the other parts of the roof. It's a very important in Moody style because from a public right-of-way, it's often the only thing you can see that identifies it as a Moody cottage and not some other type of building. Montecito has a lot of vegetation screening, so this comes about in both Periwinkle and Rosemary Lane. This would also be important for a streetscape, as was mentioned in some of the previous meetings. We talk about a historic streetscape and a historic district. So this roof being one of the key features of this style would then become even more important in the scheme of a streetscape or a district. It's been stated previously that the cottage at 539 Periwinkle Lane is not as prominent as other Moody cottages and is more modest. In fact, the fact that it is more modest makes it a rarer version of Moody architecture, and that smaller changes carry more weight. The loss of minimal features has the high potential for a significant impact in this case, and loss of historical integrity. When a building is simplistic or modest, it takes far less changes to actually negatively impact the significance of that building. And so I respectfully request that the commissioners direct staff to prepare findings that upholds the appeal and requires a new evaluation and impact analysis in a new phase 1, phase 2 report that uses the proper baseline condition and includes an analysis of the potential impacts of the changes that include the roof, the height, the pitch, the color, and the material. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Corder. I've been working in the field of preservation and architectural history for 20 years. I have extensive experience in Santa Barbara County as well as the city of Santa Barbara. As a professional consultant, I frequently analyze project-related impacts to historical resources under CEQA, and I've completed many reviews of property rehabilitations for conformance with the standards. I had an opportunity to review the 539 Periwinkle Lane project, the documents prepared by the previous consultant, as well as current project plans and photographs of the building. As a result of this review, two major issues of concern stand out on this project to me. The first issue I see is that the original study did not address the potential for a historic district. Both local and state regulations require that the first step of project impact analysis be identification of historical resources that could be impacted by the proposed project. There is substantial evidence indicating that the entire Moody Cottage enclave on Periwinkle Lane should be considered eligible as a historic district. These buildings were designed by the same architect in the same style during the same period of time. Therefore, it was critical that the potential for a historic district be at least examined in the original study. Instead, the property at 539 Periwinkle was treated as an individual resource at the individual level of significance, leaving the potential for historic district and project-related district impacts unaddressed. The second major issue, which you've heard a lot about today, is the standing seam metal roof. The roof is not in conformance with the standards and is a significant departure from the Moody Cottage aesthetic. Further, introduction of stark white paint and contrasting black trim and the black metal roof introduce a new modern farmhouse aesthetic to the property that creates historical conjecture to its original design. These changes to the property have significantly impacted its ability to read as a historic Moody Cottage. Thus, these are substantial adverse changes. In my professional opinion, potential project-related impacts have not adequately been analyzed for this project under CEQA or local requirements. There is a preponderance of evidence that the property at 539 Periwinkle Lane is within a Moody Cottage enclave, and there is a high potential for a historic district. Unfortunately, this remains unaddressed. Therefore, I request the Commission reevaluate the entire rehabilitation project to ensure that the potential impacts to CEQA historical resources are adequately analyzed and that all design plans are in conformance with the standards. Thank you for your time.
So I'm going to save the rest of my time for rebuttal. And for instance, I handed out 2 pages of evidence that do not support the findings. If there's any questions about that, I can walk everybody through it. Thank you.
At this point, we'd like to invite the applicant to present. Yeah. So we're inviting the permit applicant. Yeah. And I think we are putting 25 minutes on the clock.
Hi there.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
For clarifications of time, so there's 25 minutes total?
Got it.
So you can do 20 minutes now and 5 minutes rebuttal, or?
Perfect. We'll see how it goes. I can't really plan it, but thank you. Hi, I'm Lisa Seibert. So how many Moody Sister advocates do we really have here? Anybody? Oh, you guys are advocates. Fabulous. Okay. So how many of you Moody Sister advocates know how many Moody Sisters were built? Any answers?
Mr. Chair, and Commissioner.
Yep. Oh, no, I have a point. How many?
I think
How
that,
many homes were built? I'd love to know. Can I
ma'am,
please
I
just
believe that we
continue?
have to direct comments. This
Perfect.
is a dialogue to
Okay,
the
perfect.
commission. So
Great. Got it.
as much as
So
we
do you-
appreciate who's here,
Do you guys
this is the
know how
dialogue.
many Moody Sisters were built in Montecito? Does anybody know? I'll let you know. 35. Do you know how many are left today? Anybody know how many are left today? There are 16 homes left today that are Moody Sisters. Do you guys know how many were actually homes built by Moody Sisters on Periwinkle Lane? Anybody? I'm
Ma'am,
leaving
if we
it
could consider
open.
these comments, these questions
Okay.
rhetorical, just for your
Got it.
narrative for us. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Does anybody know how many homes on Periwinkle Lane homes were built by the Moody Sisters? There are 6. My home is not a home built by the Moody Sisters. You know what it is? It was a guest cottage for $559, which is 3 houses over and in a cul-de-sac that burned to the ground because somebody was smoking a cigarette and was rebuilt in '89. In 1976, my home was built. It was not built by the Moody Sisters. It was a small artist studio that the county said could be approved to be a habitable home. Before 1976, my house was not a home. It was a small studio. There was a carport that got torn down that was built by the Moody Sisters in 1976. There is a home that was added onto. There is now 1,100 square feet of my residence. Guess what? Less than 60% is a Moody conversion of an art studio. I don't live in a Moody Sister home. Do I? Because they only built 6, and Joe Cole just had up there 7 addresses for Periwinkle. Mine was not one. I have done everything I can to appease my neighbor who took my property during escrow, took my right of way. I cannot see out of my driveway. He put up hedges. He cut the asphalt and has taken my view to get out of my driveway. Haven't done anything about it. I let him know he was on my property. I said we had a survey taken, and he said, give me your survey. And I said, well, it was $4,000, Bill. Would you like to pay half? And we're happy to give it to you. But you took our property. I went on to live with beehives. I couldn't get in my car. The gardener behind us has been stung by the bees. 3rd time, finally, I had to go to the Periwinkle Association and write a letter and say, could anyone help me with Bill Babbitt and his bees situation? So he finally fixed that. I have 4 kids that have been raised in Montecito since 2010. I've had at least 1 kid in college or law school, and I have nonstop to 2028. These are great kids brought up in Montecito who have volunteered over 2,000 hours for this community. We have raised $750,000 for this community through nonprofits. This man comes into town, buys a house where somebody hung himself on East Valley. Lovely. I don't know if he's got ghosts or some demons from that going on, but he bought the house next door, has never lived in it, leaves every light on for 4 years. Tells me when I move in, he wants me to pay for the utility pole to come down, $150,000. I don't have this money. I don't have an attorney. I have kids I'm trying to put through college for 18 years nonstop. I'm now trying to appease him with my roof. I like my metal roof. I got a permit. This right here is a laundry room. added in 1976. This is not historical. I don't have a degree, but I'm not an idiot. That is nothing Moody's sister. I don't care. Pick a metal roof. Pick his roof. Just let me live in peace. All I want is to change my doors and windows. There's no door in this house. You know where there's a door? In the master bedroom to get outside. So everybody has to go through the master bedroom. I'm not a big person. I kind of have to go sideways out the door. All I want is right there where we put in French door. There's not a French door now. There's a window there. We didn't put in a French door. We raised the header. My son is 6'2". Richard is 6'1.5". We would just like a door you can get out. My son is sleeping in a room with a window that's been there since the 60s. It's not egress. For 4 years, I go to sleep worrying, what if there's a fire in my house? I can't even get my kid out because he won't let me put in egress windows. I'm just done, frustrated, beyond belief, terrorized. I don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm trying to appease this man. I don't know where this ends, what his end mission is, but I'm happy to give him some nonprofits in Santa Barbara that he could put his time to. But I want to be left alone. Thank you.
The applicant, is there any further presentation from the applicant?
This is Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine. Would I be allowed to respond?
Not yet. This is the applicant's time to present.
Chair,
Yeah,
Chair
no,
Marshall, the applicant has their historian with them, and I think that may be who you're hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
We do not have with us. I don't know if you might.
But was that who was calling in?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
It's Tim Hazeltine from Post
Who is
Hazeltine
the
Associates.
person, say, in
We
charge for the
prepare-
applicant that could kind of give me the time, like the order of who is presenting and when?
I'll speak for a few minutes, and then the historian will speak,
Okay.
and then our architect's representative will speak.
Okay, no, I appreciate just understanding the order of it is helpful. Thank you.
No one gave me the order.
I'm Richard Seibert. I implore you to act pragmatically in the spirit of completion of this 3-year process. We absolutely would not want to change our roof, and we have done so to appease our neighbors. 539 Periwinkle, some of this will be redundant, but I'm just going to read and I'll go through it quickly. 539 Periwinkle was given a land use permit originally for studio only, which was 569 square feet. Subsequently, it was granted 2 architectural alterations, including a master bedroom addition, and this addition was also done at the same time. I wanted to point out that the permit was, the permit for the roof was a standing seam metal roof, and the allegations that the permit wasn't respected and done properly, stating that there was a metal, some sort of flat metal. I think there's a misunderstanding because standing seam metal roofs can have striations between the standing seams. So what is considered a flat metal standing seam roof actually has a flat portion in the middle. But just to clarify, we put on the appropriate roof that was on the original roof permit that we obtained. Oh yeah, and then we had a notice from our insurance company that they were going to cancel our insurance if we didn't put the new roof on. So that's, yeah, 2 weeks after we closed escrow, they asked for us to put a roof on or they would cancel our insurance. So that was the rush with that. So despite our effort to appease the appellant in changing our roof to their recommendation of an asphalt shingle, the appellant's vague term letter, we feel both extorted and time pressured us through Joe Cole's most recent email, which only gave us 2 business days to respond. which you are in receipt of. In essence, they're asking for us to start over. We're talking 3 years so far, and they want us to go back to HLAC, which is 3-month process. We've been through this process. Regardless of any determination today, the appellant, as you can see in that letter that I provided from Joe Cole, the appellant will proceed to the Board of Supervisors as stated in Joe Cole's recent email. They're using extortion through confidential emails. They are using the system to elongate and frustrate us with the continual suggestion of misinformation and deception on our part. We in good faith spent money on historians, county fees, architectural fees, and now they are raising more issues and threats after we changed our plans to meet their stylistic preference for our neighbor. Therefore, I think we should withdraw. This is just, and I wrote this prior to, I was thinking that I didn't want to even do the asphalt shingle proposal, because after I saw the email from Joe, I realized that they don't want to come to solution today. So I said I'd rather just go in and pull off the asphalt shingle proposal and leave our metal roof there and have everything fall where it may. But we're frustrated, obviously, and it's very emotional and it's consuming our lives. So that's kind of the end of my presentation.
Can we save questions? Let's save commissioner questions till the end. Because we're on their clock. So let's go to, is there someone from Post Hazelton on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Tim Hazeltine.
This is your time to present.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for breaking in earlier. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments about the deficiencies in our report. Generally on these projects, it's been a standard practice in Santa Barbara County not to require district evaluations for properties outside the subject property unless there's a high potential for a particular project affecting other resources. And I would also like to note that there is not a designated historic district on Periwinkle. And I'm not contending that there isn't one there, but it has not been formally surveyed, has not been evaluated, and no studies have been produced, as far as we know, that identified a district and provided boundaries for that district and identified character, non-character defining or non-contributing and contributing buildings to that designation. Our report did evaluate the metal standing seam roof. We acknowledge in the report that it was a permitted change. And we came to the conclusion that while it was not ideal, that change was not so intensive that the building would not be eligible. And because it was a permitted alteration, it has been our practice, which has been accepted by the county in the past, that we could not require them to remove a permitted alteration, but we could assess whether that alteration so negatively affected the resource that it would no longer be eligible for designation. Our conclusion was that the change was not ideal, but the building would still retain sufficient integrity to be eligible for the merit level listing. Even without the metal standing seam roof, the building would not be eligible as a landmark. The alterations and additions in the 1970s did change the building. They added additional square footage. They transformed the building from a studio to a residence. So while the building is significant historically and architecturally, it doesn't rise to the level of a landmark. And we did approve, or I would say approved the roof change. We believe that the view of that change from the street, which is the most important elevation of the building, because that's what the public actually sees, would not be so invasive that the house would no longer be eligible. And the project did have a few benefits in removing some of the non-historic asymmetrical windows that were added in the 1970s. Also, most of the changes they were proposing were in areas that were not contributing to the building. The laundry room addition and also the additions on the other sides of the house. So in conclusion, we're supportive of the project because we believe that the primary or most significant character defining elements will be preserved by the project, and the applicants were openness to putting in an asphalt shingle roof, of course, is not going to detract from the resource. So we are supportive of that. If anyone has questions about any commissioners have questions about a report, we're happy to answer them. Thank you.
At this point, could we have the representative of the architect for the applicant?
Hi, I'm Michael Clares. I'm representing Sophie Calvin, who couldn't be here today. Can you look at the elevations of the existing, actually just any of the new elevations on the north side? I just want to clarify just one quick thing here. If you look at there was some talk about whether the roof was on the laundry room was raised 3 inches or 50 inches or whatever it was. It's sort of a moving target, and we've tried to get closer and closer as we look at older pictures and try to figure out. We did exactly what you did. We looked at this little hut here that holds the water heater, and so we went back and looked at older pictures like that too, and that's how we came up with this. It is 3 inches in this corner. Right here, 3 inches.
Could we get you the mobile microphone?
Sorry. Anyway, I just want to point out that it's 3 inches in one corner, but it's more in the corner as you go down there. We weren't trying to slip anything by anybody. We've been trying to, as time goes on, we've been looking at older photos too and trying to figure out, well, exactly what was it. So that's all I wanted to say. I think everything else has been covered pretty well here. We just wanted to raise that up. Literally, you couldn't stand in that room, and then we needed to have another door in the house, so we raised up. So we raised up that other roof right there just to allow for that door, and that's it. Thanks.
Is there anybody else who's going to be presenting on behalf of the applicant? No. Okay. Well, then we'll reserve the balance of that time for the time period of the rebuttal. And now we would, Mr. Villalobos, if we could, are there members of the public who would be speaking?
We have no one online. I have not received any physical speaker slips. I tried to hold it in.
I caught you at a bad moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Villalobos.
So unless the chair has received some directly,
I have not.
Then we would not have any.
Okay. So this is now time for the rebuttal testimony by the appellant. Is it 3 minutes on the clock? Okay. Please go ahead.
So there's nobody speaking here on our behalf, but there are 7 letters supporting our position from the Montecito Association, from a current county planning commissioner, from people who lived in or own Moody houses now. So I'd ask you to look at that. I was a commissioner for 3 years and probably attended 30 to 40 meetings. I've never seen anything like that where someone else just attacks somebody else in the audience. I mean, that's beyond the pale. Mr. Babbitt is really trying to preserve this historic resource. That's why he's up in Seattle. There's no terrorists or extortion or anything else. They called me and asked for a settlement. you know, I gave you 2 pages of evidence that you've seen and how it doesn't support the findings. And you have to have that to make a decision to, you know, to uphold the permits. I think what I got out of Mrs. Seiberg's testimony is that we need a good historical report. It all goes back to that. There hasn't been a good one. So I would urge that. You know, lots of little details like the permit says no titrations, and you know, there's lots of little details. I'll say in closing, I'm glad the architect said it, because we have had a very hard time, and I think it hindered HLAC and the 3M meetings by having these drawings change from time to time. We have a whole presentation on that. We knew we didn't have the time, but as these, you know, they're still, I think, changing. I think in closing, you know, as Mr. Police said earlier, the Montecito Planning Commission is kind of the last gasp. You know, I've been in Montecito for a long time. I have good kids too. You all do charity work. This is the last gasp to protect preservation. If we had 35 and now we have 16, well, one just got bulldozed about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Who knows what the county's going to do about that one? That's at 170 Middle Road. So I would ask that you uphold our appeal, you deny these permits. Let's give HLAC and MBAR a chance to do their job. Let's get a good historic report, and let's not massacre another Moody. Let's preserve not only the house, but that whole district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any rebuttal by the applicant?
So again, I just implore you to be pragmatic in your decision. We're asking for a pair of French doors and 5 windows, 2 of which will be egress windows. They're important because they're in a bedroom. We would like to move forward. We've been at this for 3.5 years, and I'm getting older. In 3.5 years, I will lose all momentum to start over again, and they're asking us to go back to do new historical, blah, blah, blah. This is a very, very long, time-consuming process. And even if you do approve this today, we're looking at 8 months with the county backup right now to get our permit, to be able to do this work. So we're going to be at 4+ years. Do you have any questions for me?
No questions from us at this point, but I just want to make sure we're cycling through the applicant's
I
rebuttal.
also want to say at one point, Bill tried to buy our house. So I don't understand anymore what's going on, but I've really had enough. That's it.
Is there any further rebuttal either from Post Hazelton or from the architects? No. Okay. Then let's go to the rebuttal by staff.
Aaron and Katie, feel free to weigh in. I think I just wanted to say, Commissioners, a lot of emotion, a lot of information today. This project did get a historic report, and I think there's a perception that it did not, but it did. When you look at what the Office of Historic Preservation asked for, a substantial adverse change includes demolition, destruction, relocation, or alteration such that the significance of a resource would be impaired. So we always ask for a report. We got one. They said that the work is not going to impair the historic resource, so we move forward with that. Another part of historic resources is they get to be rehabilitated to some extent. I mean, you can tell from the pictures that this cottage was in pretty bad shape. So they are able to be upgraded to some extent and keep the historic resource intact. And again, and that's why we asked for the report. So I just kind of wanted to bring that back around because there's been a lot of information. I think the building permit planning did not review that. That was a building permit that was issued. It normally would get reviewed. It just didn't on this one point, but I think the applicant has heard the criticisms. I think they're willing to put it back, and that's a win-win, and we're happy to answer any questions you have as well.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, I would like to, because I think there is a lot to cover here in terms of questions, is I would like us to, of the three kind of parties we have, to cycle through questions to each party. So we will start with questions for the appellant, then start with questions for staff, then we'll go to questions for the appellant, and then we'll go to questions for the applicant, so that we're not cycling everybody up and down from the lectern. So we will start with staff and we will work left to right. So, okay. Would people like to take a 5-minute recess, or how are we doing in terms of chugging through?
You want one?
Mr. Chair, I'm good for a break as well. We've been at this for a little while.
Okay.
And the other thing to look at is the clock. It is afternoon. I don't know what the commission's pleasure is, to keep moving forward, or do you want to take a break for lunch? We could take a quick break right now, come back and go through questions.
A break for lunch, I'm told, needs to be an hour minimum. So is there a preference by the committee?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come and work through this. Thank you all. Well, we have to look to the sky. Well, we are back, and we are here for the questions with the Planning Commission. So what I'd like to do is, just so we have it on the record, is we would have the commissioners ask questions first of staff, and then we'll work left to right. Then we'll ask questions of the appellant, and we'll work left to right. And then we'll have questions for the applicant and work left to right. And then if there's still something that is unanswered, we will have kind of open field questions. But with that in mind, let's launch with the staff. And on the left, Commissioner Kubiak.
I want to know, do we know what the exact
My,
was in their last iteration? They were given preliminary to return, preliminary on consent. Was there a...
All right, Commissioner Kubiak, through the chair. At the last MBAR meeting, they were granted preliminary approval and with the request to return for full final.
Okay. To the full panel. Okay. That's my only question.
Commissioner Stahl.
Listening to everybody, and almost everybody has mentioned the fact that the roof, because it was permitted, is not was not considered or was not allowed to be considered in the historic report and various other entities. But it seems to me to come back to an error on the part of it. I don't know if it was building and safety or planning and development, to not understand that this was over 50 years old and should have been looked at by an historian before they issued the roof permit. And it just seems that, like, from that point on, so much of what's under discussion has not been allowed to be considered because they had a permit. But to me, the permit should have never been issued to begin with without understanding. I mean, like Marshall said, I mean, nobody even Googled the address. And I think that not only does it point up on the part of the people reviewing these permits, they should understand some of the historic areas in Montecito, but just also, I feel like that's being given as a basis for not considering so many other things about the roof because it was granted a permit, even though that permit should not have been granted in the first place without review.
So, Mr. Chair, so Commissioner Stahl, do you have a question there, or?
Well, I don't know what the remedy is for that, because it seems like allowances have been made for the current status of a new roof, and that it can't be looked at because it was permitted, but that's predicated on the fact that it was permitted correctly. But where is the county in all of this, that they made a mistake, an oversight at best, and now that's being used to support what was created there. So I don't know where the county is on how to correct this, or to give it a special circumstance where it can be considered. It doesn't seem like all these issues that have been brought up on the historic end of things can be predicated on something that was done incorrectly by the county.
So I think the question being, is there a remedy to a permit that may or may not have been correctly
or even that
issued?
it should be allowed to be considered because it was not issued.
So Commissioner Stahl and Chair Miller, in an attempt to move the ball down the field, like the Chiefs and the 49ers, that's an excellent point, Commissioner Stahl. But we're past that, and really what we're talking about today. So we could spend a lot of time talking about what happened or what didn't happen as far as a historic report being done or the building permit being issued. But that's behind us right now. And so what's before you is a project description where the applicants, in an attempt to work with the neighbors, are changing the roof material. So that's what's before you today. So to help move this along is really looking at the project description. And we can talk offline, Commissioner Stahl, about remedies as far as building permits being issued and having historic reports. But I would recommend the commission look at the project description today and look at the findings for design review and the land use permit and asking those questions. Because what your goal right now is to be able to make the findings that will be presented by staff or by the appellants, and then we can help guide you as far as directions that the commission would like to go.
I concur with what you're saying, although I do feel that certain things like the Hazelton, post-Hazelton report did not include the roof because it was a permitted entity. So I just feel like so much of this is based on different things, and it seems to come down to a county error.
Further questions at this time? There seems to be some, at least there's differing presentations about the age at which the structure was built, and this speaks to perhaps my own lack of familiarity with the code. Does the historic review apply only to the parts of the structure that would have been built more than 50 years ago or by the Moody sisters? Or does it apply to the whole building with the subsequent permit approvals? Could you walk us through kind of the history of this structure as a historic structure and as a permitted structure?
Chair Miller, yes. So we did receive that post-Hazeltine historic report, and it kind of walks through when different aspects of the property were constructed and what it reviews. So to start off with, when everything was built, in 1949, an art studio was constructed. And then in 1957, that studio was converted into a residence. And then in 1973, additions were made to that, to the residence to expand it. And then in 76, the carport was built. And so the historic report reviews the cottage, the residence, because that was the original design of the Moody sisters. It does note that the additions were not designed by Moody, but they kind of remain within that Moody character in terms of the siding and things like that. It does specify that the windows constructed on those additions were not within the character of the Moody sisters, and so it does identify specific portions of the residence that should be considered historically important, and then it makes its conclusions through that avenue.
And so we have spent a fair amount of time about roof height. Is all of that in historically significant part of the house, or is any of this in the subsequent additions?
So a portion of the roof increase is within the historically, let me go back. The roof increase is within a portion of the residence that was original. So this Moody characteristic. The historic report does come to the conclusion that the increase in height of 3.5 feet and 1.5 feet is, it does not impact the historical significance of the structure. So it does comment on the roof increase.
Chair Marshall, to answer your question again, very good job, Katie. Yes, historic reports look at the whole thing, and they identify what is historic, what's not historic, but how the proposed change fits into that the whole context of how it's changed over time. So to answer your question, yes, they look at everything.
Commissioner Senauer, do you have questions?
Thanks. Katie, you said in 73 that was reviewed and permitted, that work. And was HLAC, that's the 50-year, okay, in 73, would that not be 50 years from 73? Was the, at the time that permit was issued, was there not any flagging at that point to HLAC if in fact it was in existence?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, is your question if HLAC reviewed the project in 1973?
Correct.
We don't have any record of that within our system. Our records are pretty thin. That addition only required, I think it was a ministerial permit, so we don't have a lot there.
Oh, okay. So the 50-year marker was not basically a predicate for reviewing a permit at that time.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
It's fairly recent.
Okay. The other question I have is, this is documented as a historical structure. Is that correct or not?
Commissioner Sanara, through the chair, that is not correct. The historical report basically stated that it has the potential to have historical merit to the county. However, HLAC never made an official designation for that.
And it could have had it gone before HLAC.
The project had gone before HLAC.
Well, the timing was different though when it went before HLAC. It wasn't flagged at the beginning when the roof application was put in, correct? So the path would have been different.
That's correct.
Okay. About CEQA and categorical exception, if you could, which was very, minimal, vis-a-vis looking at the project in total, which Post Hazeltine did review the total, is that correct? So why was not the CEQA, why was the short exemption, the very minimal exemption, applied rather than the other, and I don't have the number now, but to review the entirety of the project, including the area around, et cetera, et cetera. So how did you zero in on that real short one versus something of more significance?
Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair, planning staff usually, when we receive an application for a project, we look at all of the reports, so bio, cultural, historic, and we take those conclusions to identify if there will be an impact in any area. And so for this project, we took the historic report, which stated that there was no potential for impact because it fell within rehabilitation standards. Therefore, because there was no potential for impact, and the proposal is very, very minor in nature, we moved forward with the categorical exemption for existing facilities, minor alterations.
Category. That's what I was looking for. So is this a structure of merit?
Commissioner Sanauer, through the chair. Identified through the historic report, yes. However, HLAC has not made any official designation of it, and therefore it's not noted within county maps.
So it would have to go before HLAC.
Correct.
And at this point, would it ever? For their consideration? What would be the path?
Commissioner Sanauer, are you, is the question what would be the path to landmark?
No, a structure of merit. There's different categories.
Yeah.
Landmark, I understand, is top notch.
It's usually a process they do with an applicant, and right now the system's set up that, applicants usually need to agree to it. And so, I don't know.
Okay. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if the path originally with the application of the roof,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
if that was, I'm not talking about the past, about before, but this application that was approved without the box check that it's 50 years old, just not Moody, not anything, just the year. If that had been red tagged, or not red tagged, poor choice.
Yeah.
If
Caught,
that box had been checked,
Yeah.
what would the pathway have been at that time?
It would have been the same path, because it went to HLAC, but it just would have included the roof.
Didn't go to HLAC till a while, right?
Right, but it would have gone to HLAC, and the roof proposal would have been part of the review, and they would have commented on it at
So it
that
wouldn't
point.
have gone to HLAC the box is checked, 50, have HLAC take a look at it
Yeah, it
before we
would.
approve it.
Yes. Yeah. Right? Yeah.
It wouldn't have, or it would have?
It would have.
It would have gone to HLAC because the box was checked, it's 50.
So
Well,
just to
yeah.
clarify, not every structure that's greater than 50
Yeah.
years old goes to HLAC.
No, I understand that, but it would have been,
This one would have.
This one would have,
Yeah.
because we know it's a Moody's Sisters Cottage, and there is more to it than just simply being 50 years or older.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
That's what I was
That's all I have right now.
Okay, Commissioner Stahl, you had a question that was follow up to Senator, and then we'll come to him too. Oh, I'm sorry.
Want to go to Ron? I'll try to remember.
I'm sorry, Sandy. Commissioner.
All right, thank you. So I see there's county rules and regulations that eat up his 8 months he's talking about after, if we were to approve as you so ask us to by your position on this project. But I'm curious, when it comes to approving plans, the plans, is it going to be an as-built plan that is brought forward to show to the county for the land use and or the building permit again? Or where do we stand? Because the appellant is saying that we have a moving target on plans, but I would think that we'd be able to measure and do things now. But, so what is the county going to require if they were to get an approval today of this, as far as the plans that you guys have on record versus what's in the field now?
Commissioner Police through the chair. The plans that are in front of you today, if they're to be approved, they would go back to MBAR for final review for the design details. If the permit was to be issued, the applicant can start working on the building plans permit. They did not receive a building permit for raising the roof and those alterations that were done, the purpose of us being here. And so they would go through the building permit process like any other project would. And eventually building inspectors would be going out and inspecting and making sure that those plans are being carried
I guess
through.
my point of it is that it is what's out there now, the roof design that's out there, the added 3, 4, whatever inches it is that good with the county, or is it it's acceptable?
Yes, Commissioner Police through the chair. The project as is proposed today complies with all of the county standards, height included.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know, Mr. Police, if we're answering your question correct.
Well, you want to try again?
I'll try.
Okay.
Why not?
You answer all my questions when I go home at night.
So if the project's approved today, I believe there's conditions and there's a project description set forth. So that's, as the applicant indicated, that's step 1 in another variation of multiple steps that I think you're familiar with.
Yeah.
And so the building plans would have to match what's approved today, which would be a combination of some as-built and some changes based on the approval today. So the building plans would have to match the project description that would be approved today if that's what the commission ends up doing.
All right, next question. Thank you. That makes sense, and I think you're just saying the same thing but differently. You're always right. Regarding the appellant's request, as far as we're here today because of the appellant's request, I'm not certain exactly what all they want. If they were to make I see. Okay. What I guess I'm asking the county, because you arrived at your conclusion of what to present to us based on your conversations with both sides. So I'm questioning whether or not is there some reason why you excluded anything else besides the roof change? There's none of the other things that the appellant wanted where you thought reached the bar of modification?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Police, so the appellant's appeal issues were fairly specific. They thought the MBAR erred in approving the roof. They thought the MBAR erred in their discretion. They were fairly specific questions, and much of what they originally took exception with was resolved by the applicant willingly changing the roofing material.
So that means the door, the height of the door, the pitch of the roof, the window modifications, none of those things reached the level of their concern that they would not agree to that.
Well, it seemed to me that the appellant was concerned that the plans did not accurately reflect what was being done, and we're here to assure you that they are.
Okay. And then finally, as far as fire department, they have their requirements as far as egress in those situations, whether it's, adding sprinklers because it's a new home, whatever it might be. So the idea of having this one little door that goes out the master bedroom, that probably wouldn't cut mustard with fire department, would you think? Or have you reviewed that with them so that?
So those requirements are really driven by the building code. And you're right. There are requirements for multiple routes of egress. That's why they added one of the windows. They added the second door. So some of those features are driven by the requirements of the building code. And smartly so, the applicant is looking forward to their building plan application and anticipating that these features are going to be required. So they're including them now up front.
Okay. Let's see. So I guess you've felt that you've reached as far as you want to go as far as satisfying the appellant's requests by what you've said. You've put out what you believe is your final offer, so to speak.
So, Mr. Police, that's really up to you guys today.
I know it is, but I kind of want to have. I'm just want to make clear that your position and the appellants they're pretty far apart in certain respects because they're asking to go through all this whole process all over again, which will take a long time. And you were saying like that if they just take care of the roof and go through the normal building process, that you're okay with it.
Yeah. So the applicant has proposed a project. That project is consistent with the county's requirements, and therefore staff is recommending that you approve it.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stahl, did you have mic, please? Sorry. Yeah. Turn your mic on.
When Commissioner Sanauer was asking her questions, and she referred to when they made an application for a project. But what the conclusion I've come to from reading through all this is that the only permit that was applied for was a roof permit. And the rest of the alterations were the county only became aware of the other ones when neighbors complained about excessive construction and out of hours work being done. So I just have a really hard time understanding, like, it seems to me like you keep setting the precedent for people who do work without following the steps that are required, and then they kind of just have to go get an as-built permit, and then that sort of justifies everything that comes along after that. And it's just hard to understand the county's perspective on this because I've seen instances of it in other areas within Montecito where people just get one permit and then they do all sorts of other things. And there never seems to be any repercussions. And yet you're asking us to approve what somebody did along those lines. Is that not correct?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Stahl, so I'm the supervisor for the enforcement group here, and all of the zoning-related complaints, including the one on the subject property, they come through me. And my staff are the ones who follow up on those complaints in the field. And the enforcement program is really geared towards gaining compliance. And in this case, someone did something without permits. How do we gain compliance? We ask them to get a permit. We ask them to come in, apply, go through the process, and get a permit. And so, in this case, that's what the Cybirds have done. They were caught doing work beyond the scope of that roofing permit. The violation was identified, and the remedy was to come in and get a permit for that work. And that's what they're asking for here today. The enforcement program is not built to punitively punish people. It's to simply gain compliance. If they had built something that was not permittable, they'd be required to undo it or demolish it or whatever. But as long as there's a permit pathway for a feature that they've built, that's our expectation, is that they go through the process and they gain the permit for that.
Right, but if you predicate that on a permit that was issued incorrectly or without the 50-year historic element being addressed, and then it just seems, and I don't want to belabor this, but it seems it sets a precedent. There's no negative consequence for people to continue just doing what they want, and then if they're not caught, they're not caught. And if they are, then the county's just saying, well, you really should have come and gotten a permit, but since you didn't, let's do this and this and this and keep you moving forward. And it bypasses all the regulations and everything that was set up to protect the character of Montecito. And that's where I keep, sort of hitting my head against the wall, because it seems like that's our job, is to protect the character of Montecito. And we're butting heads with the county because you're saying people who don't adhere to what they're supposed to adhere to, well, we made a mistake and, this is what we do now. So it just, to me, it's setting a precedent for people to hang their hat on if they do things like this. And
Sure. Do you have more questions for
I just want
Chair
to say, I
Marsh?
mean, I think that people are made to comply through this. I know that you're, it's not punitive, but, I got to tell you, it took me 7 months to get a permit for a minor alteration on a building. And the process of permitting is almost punitive enough. And I don't know how we fix that, but we incentivize people.
Well, I think this might be in a
rogue.
deliberation stage, and I'm not. I appreciate that, but I'd like to be firm in our separation of questions and deliberation. So, no, actually, I'm wanting you to talk, because now we are asking for questions by the commissioners for the appellant, and we would like to lead off with you, Commissioner Kubiak.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, could I respond to Commissioner Senauer's question about CEQA?
Yes.
I would just like to help frame the CEQA issue for the commission. So generally, the commission does have significant discretion when it comes to directing environmental review. For purposes of historical resources under CEQA, we have 3 categories. We have mandatory historical resources, presumptive historical resources, and discretionary historical resources. To keep things brief here, we're in the discretionary bucket. So the question is, would you, acting as the lead agency, make the determination that this project relates to a historical structure? Staff has presented evidence to support that determination, which is included in the historical analysis. Once that determination is made, you're in potentially multiple exemptions. One is the historical resources rehabilitation exemption, which was mentioned by the appellant, or you could rely on a different exemption, such as the one that staff has identified as a small minor alterations to a structure. If you're using the minor alterations, you still have to make that historical exception to the exemption. Now, to keep things simple, under both the historical exception or the historical exemption, the question is the same. Is there substantial evidence to support a finding that the project is consistent with the Secretary of Interior's standards for the treatment of historical properties? That's the CEQA determination that you're being asked to make today, and there have been conflicting evidence submitted on that for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'd like Commissioner Kubiak and questions for the appellants.
The Cybirds seem to be, within this application, willing to change the roof to an appropriate roof on the structure. It seems like the argument that's being made at the moment to focus on are changes that were made to the roof height of the building, which seems to be what the appeal is all about. Because that's the only other thing on the table that seems to be under consideration for that building. Sure, please.
The commission, Mark Chatillo for the appellants. First of all, I'd like to clarify that the proposal that the Cybergs have put forward does include a metal seamed roof on a part of the project, a part of the roof that's actually elevated in order to accommodate the French doors. The rest of it, they're proposing to use a asphalt shake. Well, that's what the plans show. So
We'll take a look at that.
That's one issue, and I'd like to clarify to the question of what are we seeking here? What are we asking that you do? Would you like me to answer that now, or can I?
Sure.
Okay. The request is in the alternative. Okay. The first request is if you feel you cannot make the findings, you need to deny the project, and that would then set in motion a resubmittal, and ideally we would get to a proper HLAC review, and obviously they're not going to repeat the same mistake again. They're going to understand the historical significance and the need to consider the whole of the project. You heard about cumulative impact. So we believe there's substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that you can't make the findings, that the exemption doesn't apply, and that you need to deny the project. However, we also recognize the circumstance that the applicant is in. And we think that there is an abbreviated course that we would support. And that would be for your commission to decline to approve the project at this point, to identify your concerns, specifically the changes to the roof height and to the pitch, the different colors, the materials, the roof, the accuracy of the drawings, whatever you identify as being the issues of concern for their benefit, and then suggest that the applicant revise take the whole project to HLAC. The key question, as identified by council, is whether these modifications conform to the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation of historic structures. If they do qualify for a CEQA exemption. That's correct. We contend they do not. He characterized it as conflicting evidence. We don't see in the post-Hazeltine report the full analysis of the 17-inch raise. They do talk about the 3-inch, but the larger 17-inch portion of the roof that's elevated and the associated changes in pitch and so forth aren't studied there. And as we've heard, they only studied, the post-Hazeltine report only studied a portion of the property, including they did not look at the roof materials. So those are the issues that need to get to HLAC.
Excuse me, can we have staff pull up slide 5 from staff presentation while you're answering this question? Just to point out where the 17 inches and the roof material.
So, as I interpret these, yes, that's right. That is the metal seamed roof. That's still metal seamed. I say it's not, but that's well, in some of the other plans, that's what it looked like. And then
So, Mr. Commissioners,
yeah.
let me
just
okay.
to answer your question.
Hold on, Mr. Chatillo. For order of this meeting, the conversation should be between the appellants to the commission, and there isn't a dialogue between audience and presenters. So to keep this meeting in order, let's keep the conversations between the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We take that seriously.
And thank you. And this is the section that is raised 17 inches in order to accommodate the French door to replace the door that is currently there. This is the proposed if we went to the existing. And while we're on this slide, you'll see that the feature here for this roof line, and it's difficult, and this is an example of where we found such challenges in understanding the plans because it's not always exactly clear. But you'll notice that the characterization of the roof right there is a series of parallel lines. That's different from the roofing here. And okay.
We can have the architect clarify the materials and the drawings.
Well, sorry, Mr. Kubiak, let's stay with your questions for
I understand I understand what you're asking us to.
So yeah, let me just, and I'll conclude. This is in the context of a response of what we are seeking the commission to do in terms of its action and direction. These are the examples of the kinds of issues that aren't resolved, not addressed in the post-Hazeltine report, but we think they could be resolved. And if they could be resolved using the expertise of HLAC, then they would conform to the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation.
Well, there can be an argument about what the post-Hazeltine report, whether we agree with it or not, but they do address this.
The 17-inch...
They address the rise in the roof at that point and claim that these two modifications to the roof do not substantiate a significant enough change to the building that it would decline it from being designated as a structure of merit.
Well, whether it's a significant alteration to the historical, it's not. I mean that this is one of the areas where I quarrel with post-Hazeltine. They want to say, well, does the standard, does it disqualify it from being listed as a structure of merit, and he stated that it could not be a landmark, his opinion. But the question is this a significant alteration to the is it a substantial alteration to the significance of the that's what the statute says. Substantial alteration to the significance of the structure. So that's where we've presented evidence which does address this issue specifically, and post-Hazeltine's analysis didn't have the benefit of looking at the roof materials and this issue in totality. They concluded that the metal seamed roof itself didn't interfere with the historical significance of the property.
My understanding is that they were told not to look at it because it was already permitted. So let's not mince two separate issues. One, county something happened that we're all unhappy about, kind of slipped by everybody. Now we're talking about remedying at least that roof condition. I mean, we will be sure that there is no metal roof on that building. And I think we can kind of clarify that to the architects. But I'm an architect. I work in both the city and the county. And if I have a landscaping issue or a tree issue, I hire a consultant to work with me that is already pre-approved by the county. I've worked with other historians before, but I've also worked with post-Hazeltine. They are designated as approved consultants by the county. So, I mean, one of the problems that I want to be clear about for procedural things is if somebody complies with that requirement, we just don't go out and hire somebody willy-nilly. We have to hire somebody that the county has already pre-approved. And we hire them and they write a report and they submit that report in good faith to the county. I'm not sure how to hold anybody's feet to the fire about why their interpretation. I mean, you might have three different historians who would come up with three different interpretations, but that was the particular consultant that got hired to render a study and a judgment. So I think we're here arguing about we don't like their judgment.
And in part because, if I could allow
sure.
Amber Long to address the issue from a historical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the qualified consultants and the receipt of reports from said qualified consultants, it is not unusual for the county to actually have those reports peer-reviewed by another consultant, not part of the project. So in this case, if there are concerns with post-Hazeltine's findings, it would not be out of the realm of what the county does, perhaps, to request a peer review from someone else not involved in these proceedings.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Stahl, what questions do you have for the appellant? Okay. Commissioner Stenauer, what questions do you have for the appellant?
I have a question that involves projection. And if in fact, depending on the path after our determination goes, if the increase in plate height, roof, etc., is what would the cure for that be? If in fact there's a determination that that's inappropriate for this historical home, the Moody. So where would that go? Would they have to dismantle it if there was a determination it was a no-go? I mean, or would they just get a permit? Excusing, I'm trying to get the final answer on this. If in fact down the line there is a determination made that in fact that's inappropriate, it doesn't check all the boxes, and then what? Who can answer that?
Commissioner.
Oh, the appellant. Yes, we're asking the appellant. I guess it's a staff thing too. So thank you, Mr. Chitillo.
And I did appreciate your comment. Was really semi-directed at staff as well. But in our view, it is those parts of the structure that were installed without permits that would need to be removed. But again, if this can be taken to HLAC and a historically appropriate set of changes be approved, then some may stay, some may go. But but I think your question is more of a black or white. If it's denied, what happens? Is that correct?
It's basically, as I said, the final course of this, should there be a determination made at HLAC or MBAR, if in fact it goes from us to them.
Yep.
So will they have to take the roof off? Will they have to do this? You know, what construction issues could ensue from a determination that in fact, you know, these things are, shall we say, not appropriate?
Based on what we've seen so far, they've installed a metal seamed roof, and so the consideration is to replace that roof. So the roof material itself would need to be removed.
Right.
If HLAC determined that they could not find that these changes were consistent with the historical structure and the ordinance, and then they would require, then it couldn't be permitted. So the applicant would have to come in with a revised project description which did conform to what HLAC determined were the appropriate changes, and that I think the standard there is, does it meet the Secretary of Interior's rehabilitation standards? And that's where we're suggesting, if we can get this to HLAC for the whole of the project to look at that question, we could see revisions to the project. And while I think the peer review is absolutely correct, and I've seen that, I've hired post-Hazeltine, I've worked with them. They're not, we have a good, robust community of historians. And at some level, historical impacts are subjective. And so you want to get multiple views and figure out, how do we best meet, ultimately, what's the goal of the Montecito community plan, is to preserve and protect to the maximum extent feasible these historical structures. So that's where we're suggesting, take this to the historical experts who can help get to that point. Let us bring the voices that will, I think, achieve a very elevated debate and discussion about what are the historical resources and what do we need to fix. And that answers the question then of, what does it look like at the end of the day and what needs to be changed?
Thanks.
I think that while I was trying to kind of segment who we were talking to, your question appropriately could probably refer to staff also. So let's
go ahead. Katie, start. Go ahead.
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair. I just want to clarify something. The project was reviewed by HLAC, and the minutes are included in the staff packet, the staff report package. The only negative comments that was really received by HLAC was the material of the roof. So the project was also reviewed by MBAR. Basically, HLAC is an advisory body because this site is not considered a landmark. So their comments are considered by staff as well as MBAR. And so again, their comments basically saying we support the conclusions of the historic report with these recommendations. That was taken to MBAR, who ultimately approved the project, again with this comment saying that they did not appreciate the standing metal seam roof. So if that had gone to HLAC and they said we disagree with the height increase, that's something that MBAR could have commented on, and that's something that the approval would have reflected.
So I'm sorry, Commissioner Stahl had one question, and then we'll come to you for your questions.
I'm sorry, but there's so much back and forth. But is what the MBAR preliminarily approved, that it's supposed to go back for final approval, is that everything that we're looking at here? Because it seems some of this was done, post MBAR.
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair. The plans up here are what the MBAR approved, and basically the proposal remains the same aside from those details that are here. So the material of the roof, there was a detail on the roof pitch. The color of the residence was an MBAR comment, so that would have been conditioned into the project anyway. And then the exterior lighting. So the MBAR's the preliminary approval is essentially what is being proposed with these four differences.
Is there a difference? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a difference between approval and comment?
Commissioner Stahl, the chair. Yes. So a project receives approval with certain comments associated with it. So, for example, item 3, the color change was a comment associated with the approval. Another comment was that I believe they were unsatisfied with the material of the roof, but it did not change the ultimate approval of the plans, preliminary approval.
But are comments binding, or is that dicta?
Yeah.
Chair, comments are binding. Yes.
Yeah.
We treat them almost as conditions of approval.
But I don't want to belabor this, but it's confusing. Is what they approved, was that under the admonition that they were not allowed to consider the roof?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Stahl, staff, nobody ever told them they couldn't look at the roof.
Well, somebody told Tip, the architect, that when he asked that question, according to the meeting.
So I think people are picking this up from the historic report in the fact that Post Hazeltine did not look at the roof because it was permitted.
No, I'm talking about MBAR.
Staff never went to the MBAR. Staff never went to anyone and said you cannot look at the roof.
Well, I'm anecdotally being, aware.
I think there was a general acceptance that the roof was permitted, whether it be an error or not, and that folks just stayed away from the roof. And it's clear that the HLAC did not like the roof material. It's clear that the MBAR did not like the roof material. And both bodies essentially approved the project.
But is there somewhere to clarify that? Because
So Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we are belaboring this. Sorry, that was a friendly comment. But I'm going to repeat myself. So what happened at MBAR, the roof material was not part of the project under review by MBAR. It is now. So the Planning Commission on de novo can look at all these things and look at what MBAR did and make a decision. And vote. Or provide direction to staff.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. I'd like to take it to Commissioner Police for questions for the appellant.
So I'm curious, do you not believe that the process, if it was to be approved now, as specified by the county, that the with the new roof, new paint, that the pitch of the roof is so, much against your belief of the Moody sisters' architectural tendencies that it's not acceptable?
Well, it's not my belief. It's it's the historians. So, I've looked, the HLAC did not support the change in roofing. That's what it says. I mean, we're talking about, just to set the context here, MBAR roofing material permitted, not part of the project. I mean, HLAC never really had a chance to look at this, and it was 2.5 years ago. And they certainly didn't go out there to see this. Our initial review of what the applicants gave us a couple weeks ago, there are about 7 or 8 things. I think Mr. Chittillo pointed out a couple of them. There are about 7 or 8 things that would have to be looked at. And we have historians. Let's have a historian look at it. I think this gets back to the fact that the applicant did a lot of construction without permits. If they had gone through and got permits, they would have finished their home. We wouldn't all be here doing this. They were caught, as Mr. Briggs said, and now we're in the process of fixing it. So the answer is I can't just say, okay, yeah, we're going to do this roof and that roof. You do have to look at the whole thing, both under CEQA and under the land use rules. So one thing that Mr. Chittillo just suggested is if you want to have a list of all your things, but we have 7 or 8, and we're still, working with our historians and architects. It has been difficult because the plans keep changing as their architects.
Well, but the county says they have a set of plans that they're willing to approve if it's built by their standards, which they put forth. So it's not I don't think it just doesn't have all the things that you want in it. It has a different pitch, that's for sure, different heights you're not in favor of, maybe a door that you think shouldn't be allowed. But some of these things are part of safety, fire and safety, so you can't, it's hard to deny them some of the things that you might want to not have there because it doesn't adhere to 1953 standards or something.
Yeah, so we're not coming, I think Mr. Chittillo pointed out the two things that we're asking for, the alternative ways. We're not coming in here like, with about 8 different things that need to be fixed. Let's let HLAC figure that out. That's their job. They can come back to you. So I can go through, 8 different things. I'd rather have one of our historians do it. But why don't you come up?
If you can make this as short as possible, I'd really appreciate it. Just give me the highlights of what you would think would be required to satisfy. But we have the county's position already, so I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure. Per the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, the most important things are the character defining features. And so those get identified in the historic report. We've talked about them too. So one character defining feature is the slope and pitch of these roofs. So in that case, we are talking about the areas where they've been raised. Let's say I was doing a review of these to the standards, I would consider, where else on the building could something like a proper door be done without having to raise it 17 inches because the slope of the roof is a character defining feature.
Yeah, okay. Is that basically it?
I don't have the list in front of me. Do you have the list? And I just wanted to mention that some of these things we're mentioning that we're discussing about the 1940s architecture and stuff, it is really all encompassed in the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. There's 10 different criteria that the project has to follow. So that, just so you guys know, that's where sort of this push is coming from. It's from those standards, the information that they include. So the items we're looking at is the fact that black roofs are not part of Moody roofs. So if they changed it to black shingle, we would request that it be gray or brown because all the rest of the Moody roofs in Montecito and Santa Barbara are gray or brown. There's no precedence for black. Let's see. We've kind of addressed some of these before, that it appears on the plans that the carport still has a metal roof, but that may not be the case. So we would want a clarification of that.
So let me interrupt you just for a second. So none of these things was looked at in the original historical take a look at it. I mean, why wasn't this, can you tell us why this wasn't talked about before when the plans were first brought in?
I can't because I was not the consultant at the
All right,
time.
never mind.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's, I think.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just as we continue, starting our year together.
Yes.
We missed lunch, so this is what happens when we miss lunch.
Right.
You are sitting as MBAR. So some of the comments, some of the points that are being made can be addressed through the commission's actions on the design review. As far as paint color, color roof, things like that, those could be addressed today. It doesn't need to go back to MBAR because it's a de novo hearing. The Montecito Planning Commission has that purview to make those comments or conditions.
Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate that there's a lot of conversation about the roof, and to the extent that we walk away from here with the roof fixed. I guess I'm still like Commissioner Pliche struggling with is there anything else that's really important that you feel like HLAC would be reviewing, or is this, or is the roof broadly construed, meaning the height, the color, the pitch, materials? Is that the sum of where we are? Because if I don't doubt that HLAC is more capable of doing this review than this body is, but I am curious about what is the meat of what HLAC would be engaging if we consider the roof issue broadly construed resolved?
So the items that we mentioned before, which are all of that, plus there's concern over the color. MBAR made a comment regarding the white. And then if you have a black roof with a white building, the high contrast is a concern. And that is not present in other Moody cottages. So, we can talk about different colors, but it's the high contrast between a black roof and a bright white building.
So is Incredible White the bad white or the better replacement white?
That I'm not aware of. I was not present for that conversation.
Chair Miller.
So this is a question for appellant. Okay. So aside from the color, which we could potentially resolve today, and the roof issues, is there something that we're missing? And I think that's
So let me add one other thing that we've mentioned a number of times. We just haven't, we didn't add it into our presentation because we didn't want to drag you through the weeds. The HLAC 2.5 years ago, their project description was wrong. It said there was only one place on the roof that was raised. And you heard the architect say it. Those plans from, they didn't have original plans, of course, because they were doing it without permits. But the plans that went from HLAC and then through MBAR to today keep changing every single time. So one thing, to answer your question, one thing that HLAC would want to look at would be to have a set of plans that's accurate. Somebody can go out there with a tape measure and measure it. Even today, from the staff report, all of a sudden it went from 3.5 inches, which is all through the staff report, to 6 inches. It's probably 9 inches. So the accurate drawings, and I don't think you want to sit here and design a Moody cottage. Let's let the historians do it. And if they had done, what they should have done, it would have been through HLAC. We wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have. But we do have a list of things. But I think it's better to go to HLAC.
I'm sorry. Who are you, and are you part of the appellant? I don't mean to be rude. I just no. Oh, okay. I don't want.
Mr. Chair, we're on the border of questions to appellants and
I'd like to just answer his question.
So we need to keep this as a question and answer.
Okay.
And not, otherwise we're going to open up to public comment and rebuttals.
Okay.
So just to answer the question of what we're asking for, we offered to settle after MBAR. We asked for the roof to be fixed and to have an accurate set of drawings. I'm a retired licensed architect. I know how to read a set of drawings. There's been a lot of misrepresentations of what's new and what's existing. When this went to HLAC, I was at every one of these hearings. They were not given accurate information. They were told they raised one roof and they had to do it to get a door out of there. If you look at the existing elevations, there are 3 other doors. They chose to do an oversized door and justified it by saying they had to raise the roof to put a 7.5 door in when a typical door is 6.7. If you look at the existing elevations, I have a presentation which we could show you where there's a whole series of wrong information, wrong drawings that we have raised at every single HLAC, every single MBAR. And if you listen to the last MBAR, I beseech them, your drawings are inaccurate. All we wanted was a correct roof as the main aesthetic feature, and we wanted accurate drawings. I pointed these inaccuracies to Katie Nall all the way through, and that's what we're asking for, a safe building and a historically correct building.
Thank you. Okay, now we are on to applicant questions. And Mr. Kubiak, do you have any questions for the applicant?
The applicant being the cyber.
Yes, the applicant of the so we've just talked to the
Yeah,
appellant.
I have a question for Richard. If an approval of this project were conditioned that the color of the roof not be black, but be a dark gray roof under the auspices to be approved by MBAR, would you be okay with that?
Yes, I have pictures here showing that the roof was gray prior.
But the roof that's being proposed is
a gray asphalt
gray
shingle.
roof. This just happens to be the color name, charcoal black.
Yeah, it's just what the gray.
Right, I understand. It's a manufacturer's name, but it's a gray roof.
Yeah.
Thank you. My only question.
Can I make another quick comment? That this did go through HLAC.
We're trying to avoid comments unless it's
I just want to correct an erroneous statement. That we had these plans. They haven't changed since we were 2.5 years ago, went through HLAC. And in considering this, the smaller structure off to the side, that was an addition that was done. That in itself is not a historic merit. And we never had any misrepresentations to HLAC, and there was no roof changes since that time.
Do you,
I'm done.
Commissioner Kubiak, do you have Commissioner Stahl, do you have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Senhauer, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, thank you. Looking at since I was at a site visit and you were so gracious to invite me, and the proposed east elevation, those doors aren't proposed, aren't they in existence now?
That's just a window now, and it's a 7-foot door. It's not a 7'6" door.
Okay, this is on the east side.
Yes.
I know through the living room I saw French doors.
They're not French doors. It's just a big window.
No, it had it opened like this.
May I ask if the applicant wishes to speak, they need to be at the lectern.
So the window itself sits 16 inches off the ground. So we would still
It's
have
a
to
window that does not open. Is that what you're saying?
Crank open.
They're hand crank windows.
There's a step because when they said stop what you're doing, we threw in a spare window to close up our house from rats and
so
animals.
it's like a large casement. Is that
It's
what
a
you're
large
saying?
casement.
So it opens in the middle.
Yeah, it's just a casement window.
For egress.
Yes.
And you can go step down. I agree. The step down was like a
I
foot
don't
and a
even
half.
think the windows for egress currently. It's 2 separate windows with a piece in between, and I don't think a fireman could get in with his equipment.
It wouldn't meet egress because it's not for a bedroom.
Right now, it's a window we threw in when they said stop working, and our house was wide open. We're wanting to get French doors for.
Thank you. The color of the paint on the windows and the divided lights is black. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you be open to a different color?
We prefer not to.
You prefer not to. Would you?
I would.
Would
No, I don't wanna
because
pay
black
$20,000 a month.
is very
Paint the window.
contemporary.
Oh,
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah, sorry.
sorry.
Well, that, we
So-
haven't even discussed changing the window
Okay.
color.
But that was a comment at MBAR at some time, the black, okay?
Got it.
So you would prefer not to change it from the black?
We would prefer not to change the
Yeah.
windows
But I
themselves from
would
black.
also prefer not to have this keep going on. You know, as Sandy mentioned, this has been 4 years of this. I think
We just went through what we imagine the normal process to be: hire a historian, go to HLAC, show your plans. We've had a lot of accusations of inaccurate drawings and drawings changing all the time. Drawings have not changed. It's always been the same two pitches that have been raised on the eastern side of, and that's it.
And we're not even changing the pitch of the roof. There's just like a dormer where there's a door you get out. So you can see the front of the house. The pitch is the same right here. This is where the door is. So to keep the same
Could we get the remote mic for?
right there, the door.
Just it's a raised dormer, and that
Yeah, it's just the dormer where the French doors are, because there's no way out of this house except a door on this side in the master bedroom. There's the front door.
Thank you very much.
To your backyard.
Commissioner Palice, do you have questions for the applicant?
Thank you. Caught me. So if we make some, audible decisions here to try to get you out the door down your road for your 8 months worth of further county work and project work, I hear that we're talking maybe possible different color roof, different trim color, different paint color, the main paint being a flatter paint. Those things are, I would consider, marginally simple to do, as opposed to changing the pitch back to where it was before. And in fact, when you did bring it to original for approval, the pitch was what it is now.
correct.
Yeah.
So
And also
even
just the paint color, we have a white, and they came up with a lower, is it a VO? I don't even know what the thing, a lower
Reflective.
And we put that on our plans. We've changed the paint.
okay.
So the paint's
All right.
not an issue anymore.
All right. So I guess what I'm getting at is when you went beyond the roof permit, you were changing a pitch that was part of the original plan. So it wasn't exactly, I mean, was that an erroneous change from the plan, or was that part of the plan? You just did it anyway.
At that point, we didn't have a plan.
You just got a roof permit.
We just got a roof permit, and
So you made that change on your own.
yes,
That's probably, if you were to consider your original sin, that might have been it.
that's the original sin.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is Incredible White the new paint or the original paint?
Richard,
Chair Miller.
whatever the county suggested.
Chair Miller, Incredible White is what the MBAR requested.
Thank you.
Okay, great. That was so. Okay, this is an opportunity for any commissioner that has any questions that are open field questions that we haven't covered in our march through this process. Seeing no red lights, I suggest that we close the hearing. Okay, we will close the hearing, and so no new issues may be interjected at this point, and we will head to discussion, deliberation, and taking action. So I am a big fan of left to right today. So Commissioner Kubiak, would you lead us off with your thoughts on this? And maybe we do kind of a bit of a straw poll to see if there's meaningful disagreement as we move along. Sorry,
Yeah. I hope I never get designated, but, I think it could be problematic. And I'm wondering if Harriet Moody were alive today, whether she'd be allowed to renovate her own building. But, I agree with the post-Hazeltine report. I think that the minor changes that were made to the roof elevation are not inconsistent with the character of the building. From my look at the elevations of the building, I think the building still maintains the kind of general vernacular of the quality of a Moody cottage. I think by changing, I agree, when I drove around, the roof hit me like a ton of bricks. I think that roof needs to be changed to be consistent with the neighborhood. I think I will leave it up to MBAR. I thought that the building was very stark white, so I think that the change in color of the exterior paint is appropriate. But I think those two changes to the building satisfy my requirements for making the building appropriate. And, you know, the building's been added onto and changed, and, you know, our lifestyle requirements change. I don't want to belittle what the Moody sisters mean to Santa Barbara, but I just don't see this as a major leap to change the character of the building. So I'm comfortable supporting staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Stahl.
I don't disagree with anything that Commissioner Kubiak has said. I think I'm just more concerned, two things, that whatever we're being shown that the applicant is willing to do is what will go back to MBAR. And if they have any further discussion on it, I'd like them to have the ability to, you know, be free to make additional suggestions. Is that possible? I mean,
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, clarification for Commissioner Stahl. So your action today is the preliminary approval. And Commissioner Kupiak could help me out with this. What your decision, if it's to approve the project as proposed today and as revised, the next step is final approval by MBAR. There won't be any changes from today to the final.
They have no
MBAR.
further discretion.
That's what is happening today. Today is to solidify the project description and everything. So the next step is to verify that what was approved at preliminary is being completed at final.
And MBAR at final will review items like, you know, a final color board. They'll have to submit a piece of the roof, submit the color of the paint. They'll have to show whatever details MBAR construction. You'll be near working drawings in order to get a final approval from MBAR. So the project in itself will not change visually.
Right. Just to me in the future, I'd also, if we're going to be acting as MBAR, it would be helpful, in my opinion, to have somebody from MBAR here to at least be present if we have questions for them. And I think more than just the project itself, I'm really concerned about the precedent it's setting with the county for projects that are being done. I mean, they never even applied for permits. This was a roof permit that allowed a lot of other work to be done before it was red tagged. And I'm really concerned that that is something that developers are using as a blanket way to get work done and started, and then the only result is that they're being asked to get as-built permits. And my concern is that if we approve this, we will be setting a precedent. And I'm sure there's other cases that have done the same thing, but it's a huge concern of mine.
Commissioner Senauer.
So you're holding off to the end. Okay. All right. I appreciate both applicant and appellant coming today with your reports, and staff, of course. You know, I look at this in perspective of historic environment, which the Periwinkle Lane really is, whether it's been identified and documented as historical neighborhood, has not, I appreciate that, has not been made. However, I think it's inferred. And I think inference is important. And I think how this one home structure participates in the whole of the historic area or neighborhood is of great import. And I think looking at the findings, I am not able to find for the categorical exemption that staff put forth. I feel that that more review by HLAC would be appropriate, and that then there could be a determination, even though they're advisory, whether they suggest a peer review of the project as far as historical versus post-Hazeltine. I think on findings 4, there will be a limited number of materials of the exterior face of the structure. I don't know if I can find that that's the case. A lot of stuff is happening. A lot of stuff has happened. There will be a harmonious relationship with existing and proposed adjoining developments. MPC finds that the project is a modest example of the characteristic cottage. I agree with that, but I don't believe it's harmonious. The historical significance, I believe, needs to be viewed with perspective. And I know it's been stated that it's not truly an historical structure because the applicant needs to acquiesce to that. So it's investigated before HLAC is my understanding. But it is repeated in the documents before us that it's considered a historical structure. So I'm not able to I would support the appeal. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pletcher.
For one thing, charcoal gray, if it's black, it's not gray. So I think that I don't want this to look like the Miramar Hotel. I just think that's bringing LA up here. I'm not crazy about that. So I really would like it to be brown or pure gray, not some name and say charcoal gray that's actually black. So that doesn't work for me. It's okay.
We need, this is deliberation only at this point.
Yeah, so that's one thing. I'm torn from hearing both sides. People make mistakes, and they shouldn't be condemned forever on it. And the question is, how bad is this mistake? How bad is that change in that pitch? I mean, actually, if you were the fire marshal, you'd say like, well, I like it better now because it's a bigger door. I can get in there. I can get out of it. So there's going through enough permits, and I've been through a lot of them on my own. It's a lot of work to get through the county, and you're not done yet. Even if you get approved right now, you got a lot of work to do, because every department, whether it's whomever it is, they get a free shot at you now, as opposed to what was 15 years ago. Isn't that right, Mr. Wilson? So I'm going to wait and not say what I wanted to. I want to see if there's a unanimous opinion without me, because I'm torn. I'm near neutral. I don't want to see these people have to put up with another 2 years of this stuff, and I don't think their sin was that bad. Yet on the other hand, I respect what you're asking for. I mean, I do. So I'm torn, so I'm going to wait here and not say yet. Go ahead, Marshall.
Well, understood, Mr. Pletcher. I have struggled with this also. In general, I want there to be process, and I want there to be incentive to go through what is the very difficult process of this rather than come back later. That we would be, our job is to encourage people to ask for permission rather than forgiveness. That said, I'm struggling quite a bit with it seems like this process has evolved even between last month's meeting and this month's meeting, and I'm unclear as to, assuming we have the right color palette and the right materials on the roof, what remain the open questions? And I don't have I'm not well qualified for this, and I've struggled with that, and that I'm struggling with the and so I am leaning towards having HLAC figure out what are the open questions and not because I'm not feeling qualified to make that judgment. So that is my reaction. Do commissioners have questions for other commissioners, or if not, I will entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to uphold the appeal.
So Chair and Commissioners, can you put the motions back up? So if, depending on how it's second and the vote goes, so if the desire of the commission is to uphold the appeals, we don't have findings to support a denial of the project. So the motion would need to be to continue the item to a next hearing and direct staff to prepare findings for denial. The alternative is to follow staff's recommendations, and there are findings for approval today. So that's so that we can't just deny the project today. It needs to be continued for the directions to come back with findings for denial.
May I ask a question? So this is, the appeal is before us. Is that not correct? The appeal is before us, all right? Is that correct?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there's 2 appeals before you, as well as there's de novo hearing on the design review and the project. So those are your actions today. So if you deny the appeals, you're going to be approving the project. So those are the kind of the 4, and then there's a CEQA determination. So the other side of it is that there is existing violations. So it's difficult to outright deny the project because the applicants need a pathway to correct the violations. So we can't leave them in limbo forever. So there needs to be some direction on what could be an approved project by the commission. So we can, once we hear how the direction of the commission goes, we can help provide direction on that.
Mr. Wilson, and maybe this is for staff also. This is my first time being in MBAR, or maybe it's not. Maybe we've done MBAR stuff before, but as an MPC member, I've always enjoyed not being MBAR, and because they have a tough job. And so I'm a little unclear as to kind of where this goes if it's not approved. We've heard a variety of different narratives about this, and what does a review by HLAC that is encompassing of the current plans, that, if I understand this correctly, HLAC has not reviewed the plans that we are looking at today. Is there a way to have HLAC review the current the plans as of today, and so we can consider their findings as part of a review?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is another alternative option where the commission could return it to staff and direct it to go to HLAC and then bring it back after it's gone to HLAC. And so you would continue this item until after the next HLAC hearing and direct staff to take it to HLAC and then come back to the commission with the HLAC's review and comments.
And
I don't know if that'll come out with a different result than you have today, but that is an option for you.
If it goes back to HLAC, are they are they allowed to consider everything regardless of permit?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair. So the HLAC would be considering the project description. So the proposed project is what they would be considering, which is
All inclusive.
what you reviewed today, the return to the shingles.
And it would be including in the project description we see on page 1. Okay, everything incorporated into that long paragraph, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sinauer, that is correct.
So, Mr. Wilson, so they may come back and not say much more than what we've already said, and so we could be back here approving this project and denying this appeal once they've had a crack at it. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Police, that is a possibility.
Okay. So all we're actually asking for, it sounds like you're asking for more information, right, Donna?
I would like to basically have HLAC review the project for their consideration and deliberation, and then have it come back to us after said review.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at dates. I might need to talk to staff. If that is what the commission wants, there's HLAC hearings on March 11th, April 8th, depending on what staff needs to be able to, if we wanted to continue this just for a month, March 20th, that means they would go to HLAC on the 11th.
Can you fast track that to make that happen?
That's what I need to talk to staff about, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Pliche. So I'd recommend we take an hour lunch, and I'm just kidding. Joker. So, so Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm looking at staff. If that's what a motion is, we could do that. I'm sorry, Commissioner Stahl, you were starting a motion, but
No, I appreciate this.
so options for motions. If you want to come back with findings for denial, then that needs to be continued to allow staff to do that. Or if you want to follow staff's recommendations, you can do that. Or if you want to go to HLAC, continue it to March 20th and then direct staff to take it to HLAC.
I have a semantic clarification. Okay, what's before us is the appeal, right, of the project, correct? So if we approve the appeal with the condition it moves on to HLAC, or do we remain neutral and say we'd like to continue this after HLAC has reviewed, commented, etc.? Where are we with the language that would be appropriate for a motion?
Commissioner Sinauer, through the chair, just again, to piggyback on your request for semantics, the project has received approval of a land use permit, and it has received approval of preliminary design review. Those approvals have been appealed. You are considering the project for purposes of the LUP and design review de novo. So that's what's before your commission is the zoning permit and the design review considered de novo because the project approvals have been appealed.
But there's not a third door?
Well, no, I think there is a third door. We continue this. We don't make a judgment on this, but we send it out to the experts to weigh in on this. And I have to admit, my bias is an intellectual humility to not be able to make the judgment and let HLAC tell us, does this fix it or not? And and then make, and honestly, whatever they give as guidance would be very informative to my own decision. So, sorry.
And one more question, is noticing involved with any of this, renoticing?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Sinauer, if you continue it to a date specific, there you don't renotice it.
All right, I will make a motion. It may be one of many, but my motion is the following: to continue this until a date certain, March 20th. Is that what we have? March 20th. And prior to that, have HLAC review the project description, and be informed of their comments, of their advice, etc., etc. And also a peer review might be something they consider. But yes, continue, go to HLAC, and come back.
Hearing a motion, do I have a second? No? Discussion? Hearing none, let's take a vote. Commissioner Kubiak? No? Okay. Commissioner Stahl?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Commissioner Senauer?
Yes.
Commissioner Police?
Yes.
Aye, or yes for me, so. Okay.
Thank you
So,
all.
I think that wraps it all up.
We adjourn?
We are adjourned.
Thank you, applicants, appellants, staff, very much